Hey guys, tonight we step into the frozen quiet of a medieval Viking village. Just as winter tightens its icy grip and the fjord has turned to glass, the days are barely more than a pale smudge of gray, and the nights stretch endlessly, lit only by flickering flames and the occasional howl of wind. The villagers, wrapped in wool and superstition, move like shadows between smokehouses and snowbanks, performing rituals that make perfect sense to absolutely no one born after the year 1200. You trudge through calf-deep snow, your breath making little clouds, your fingers already going numb, even though you're wearing mittens stitched from squirrel hide. In the distance, smoke spirals out of low, turf-covered longhouses, homes so buried in snow they look like sleeping beasts. You're not sure if that creaking sound is ice shifting or something much older stretching its limbs. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And, hey, while you're at it, post your local time and where you're listening from. I love knowing where my sleepy travelers are tuning in from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. The first thing you notice when you step inside the longhouse is the smell. Wood smoke, sour broth, damp wool, and something faintly metallic that might just be goat. The hearth blazes at the center of the space, blackening the rafters with thick soot. A cauldron bubbles lazily over the fire. Not soup exactly, but a sort of winter mash of turnips, stale beer, and dried fish that was left over from Yule and somehow got better after sitting out. No one questions it. They call it glug mush and swear it keeps the toes from falling off. This is no ordinary village. You're staying in a coastal Norse settlement nestled deep in western Norway. The year is 1136, give or take, though the villagers themselves don't particularly care for numbers. They mark time by events. The winter after Olaf fell in the well, or the season when the sun stayed gone for 9 days. Historians still argue whether some of these chronologies were more poetic than practical. A hunched old woman offers you a ladle of warm ale, thick, brown, and alarmingly chewy. It's brewed in clay pots buried under the goat shed. It's not good, but it is warm. In Viking society, warmth trumps taste every single time. Everything here is about preserving heat. The doors are draped with hide. The floor is packed dirt covered in straw and scattered with ash, which apparently keeps the house spirits from slipping. That's what one child mutters as she scatters soot around the hearth with a goose feather. You don't ask questions. Not yet. Your sleeping nook is a wooden box stuffed with hay and sheepskin, wedged beside the fire. The family pig also sleeps here. She snores gently and occasionally kicks in her dreams. By midday, which still looks like dawn, the rituals begin. Not the grand, horned helmet kind from movies, but quiet, strange winter things, like carving runes into bits of driftwood and throwing them into the fire, or hanging fish skeletons above doorways to trap bad wind. You're not even sure what that means, but someone swears it once kept their uncle alive after he ate a cursed herring. You sit beside a boy no older than 8 who sharpens a stick for fun. His sister is plucking goose feathers while whispering to them. She says if the feather floats in a circle, it means the sun will come back before someone freezes stiff on the toilet seat. A real concern? Apparently. One man covered in soot and wrapped in a wolf pelt cape, walks the perimeter of the longhouse every hour, tapping the walls with a birch branch and muttering. His name is Torvald. He's not a priest. He just likes to be safe. Over the fire hangs a pouch filled with what they call snow bones. These are actual bones: mouse, bird, goat, burned, ground, and mixed with ash to sprinkle outside the home. Supposedly, this confuses frost spirits into wandering away from the village. Scholars today are still debating whether this practice had any deeper meaning, or if it was just really fun for kids. Outside, the snow keeps falling, and the village breathes in soft silence. The mountains loom like frozen waves. The fjord groans, locked in thick sheets of ice, but inside, there's laughter, the creak of wooden beams, the rattle of a baby toy made from a boar's tooth on string, and the sound of someone softly humming an old rune song you don't recognize. There's a calmness here that doesn't quite make sense. It's a cold that teaches you how to live slowly. Nothing is rushed because everything is already late, frozen in place, wrapped in wool, and humming gently by firelight. You wrap yourself tighter in your fur cloak. Somewhere in the smoke, someone is carving a face into a block of ice. No one seems to think that's strange. And tonight, like every night, the village performs a small ritual before sleep. They leave a bit of soup in a wooden bowl just outside the door. For the spirits, for the wolves, or maybe just for the wind. No one can agree. But it's always gone by morning. You wake slowly, nose cold, lips dry, with the sensation that your eyelashes might be frozen together. There's no real sunrise in this place, just a gradual easing of darkness into less darkness. Someone is already up, shuffling by the hearth, poking embers with an iron rod that resembles a gnarled finger. The air in the longhouse smells heavily of smoke and boiled cabbage. You blink through the haze and spot a familiar figure. Torvald again, now shirtless and slathering his chest with goose fat. It's part of his morning ritual, he explains, to keep the spirits of cold from nesting in his ribs. You consider asking a follow-up question, but then you remember your rule from yesterday. Don't ask too many questions before the first cup of sour ale. Breakfast is served with all the urgency of someone who has nowhere to go. You sit on a low bench, sipping a thick broth made from barley, onion peels, and a chunk of what may once have been a turnip. The flavor is humble. Beside you, a child gnaws on a strip of dried fish with the same intensity others might reserve for a love letter. Outside, the snow has piled nearly waist-high against the doorway. The younger villagers dig a narrow path to the smokehouse, using flat wooden paddles tied to their arms. It's a kind of clumsy crawling dance through ice, half practical, half theatrical. You watch and wonder as they pass a frozen goat statue someone made in the night, complete with pebble eyes and a tiny moss beard. It's not long before the ash begins. Every morning in winter, a mix of fireplace ash, bits of herbs, and broken eggshells is scattered across the floor. The older women believe this protects the home from ice demons that slip through the gaps in the timber. Historians still argue whether this was symbolic protection or simply a very creative housekeeping hack. Either way, the longhouse smells faintly of thyme and old breakfasts. You help sprinkle the ash, trying not to sneeze. The ash is warm in your hands and oddly comforting, like holding a bit of last night's fire. A boy named Einar tells you that if you sneeze while spreading ash, a ghost is watching. You sneeze twice. He backs away. Later, you accompany the villagers to the edge of the settlement, where a large, flat stone sits partially buried in the snow. They call it Draugur's Table, and it's used for reading winter omens. Today, an elder named Gudrun places 12 pieces of bread on it, one for each week of winter. The birds will eat some. The untouched ones predict storm weeks. The moldiest one by tomorrow morning. That's your unlucky week. No one wants mold week. You don't ask what happens if all 12 mold. To keep things light, the villagers tell stories while they wait. Some real, some exaggerated, some so strange you start to suspect the cold might be affecting their memories. One man swears he once saw a frost giant picking berries. Another claims his aunt was turned into a snow hare after refusing to lend someone her last onion. You ask what happens to the unlucky bread after the omens are read. Without hesitation, Gudrun says, "We feed it to the priest." She doesn't blink. You're still unsure if she's joking. Back in the longhouse, chores resume. You're assigned to what they call broom duty, which involves sweeping soot off the ceiling with a branch tied to a deer antler. It's surprisingly calming, watching tiny particles drift down like gray snowflakes. A woman tells you not to breathe in too much, or you'll dream of wolves for a week. You pretend you're not curious to try. Someone has hung tiny bags of dried mint from every rafter. Supposedly, this repels trolls. Another person insists it's to keep the pig from snoring. Either way, it smells oddly festive. By midday, which is still just slightly brighter than night, the villagers begin their cold stone meditation. It's not as mystical as it sounds. You sit on a flat rock outside the house for exactly 3 minutes, wrapped in wool, and think about nothing. It's supposed to teach patience, clarity, and how to ignore your frozen butt. Everyone takes it very seriously. You try it. And yes, your soul briefly leaves your body at the 2-minute mark. When the meditation ends, you are handed a reward, a small warm bun filled with dried berries and a single sliver of roasted onion. It tastes like dessert. You nearly weep. As night returns, and let's be honest, it never fully left. Someone begins to chant a low song near the hearth. It's not a hymn or even a saga, just a melody that repeats every few lines like a lullaby hummed by firelight. You listen, your eyelids heavier than before, the rhythm soft and strange. Apparently, it's a winter remembering song. Each note is meant to call back the light, to remind the sun it has not been forgotten. You're not sure if the sun hears it, but you do. By now, you've learned that nothing in this Viking village is done casually, not even brewing. This morning, the hearth has been cleared for something far more serious than soup. 3 women, each wrapped in layers of wool and fur, their hair braided with beads, form a triangle around a large iron cauldron. They speak little. Instead, they hum softly, passing herbs between them like secrets. You're told this is the fermentation ritual, a midwinter necessity. Brewing ale isn't just about drinking. It's about keeping the house safe. It warms bellies, yes, but more importantly, it keeps the frost spirits confused, or so the logic goes. You crouch beside a curious child who whispers that the brew has to see its own reflection in the surface before it ferments properly. You nod, Of course it does. The ingredients are a mystery to outsiders. Barley. Sure. And a kind of bark. Plus something that might be dried plum. Or roasted frog. You don't ask. Everyone agrees that a pinch of bone, preferably from a chicken that died of natural grumpiness, brings the right sort of luck. Once the ingredients are added, the cauldron is stirred widdershins. That is, counterclockwise. A local elder insists this is the only direction that tricks the cold into staying outside. Historians still argue whether such gestures were symbolic, purely practical, or simply fun to repeat over centuries. Either way, no one stirs clockwise here as the brew bubbles and steams. Villagers line up to drop small tokens into the mix, not into the ale itself, but into a shallow dish nearby. A shard of pottery, a sliver of carved antler. One girl drops in a bundle of her baby teeth tied with string. It's not about sacrifice, they explain. It's about reminding the spirits you're still around, still trying, still warm. You sip from last year's batch, a syrupy, dark ale with notes of pine smoke and regret. It burns slightly going down, but within seconds, you feel warmth flood your stomach. A man named Sten leans over and cheerfully tells you that his uncle drank too much of the stuff once and tried to adopt a bear. He says it didn't end well. Then he sips his own cup and smiles. Outside, a group is building something. You squint and realize it's a figure made of sticks, fur scraps, and moss. Bjorndal, someone says. It's meant to be the winter's avatar. Something to mock, to pity, and eventually burn. But not yet. First, it has to be given a name. Today, the villagers vote. Goat Steve wins by a landslide. You pat Goat Steve gently on the head. He's already missing an eye. Later, a chant begins. It's not loud or coordinated, but it ripples through the room like heat. One voice, then another, then 10. The words are Old Norse, mostly untranslatable, but the feeling is clear. Keep the warmth in, keep the cold out. As they sing, the brew is ladled into wooden mugs. Everyone drinks together. Even the baby gets a dab on the lips. When the singing ends, you're invited to join a second tradition, the 3-cup test. You drink 3 tiny cups, one for memory, one for warmth, one for mystery. Each cup has a different flavor. One tastes like cinnamon and dust, one like meat and mint. The last one tastes blue. That's the best you can describe it. Each sip is followed by a saying, recited in unison. First, remember what's worth keeping. Second, burn what won't stay warm. Third, listen for the footstep behind the silence. You blink. That last one feels oddly specific. No one explains it. Outside, the Bjorndal now wears a belt of twigs and a crown made of melted spoons. Someone sings it a lullaby. Someone else throws a snowball at its chest and shouts, "That's for last year." Everyone laughs. Sort of. As evening falls, the villagers begin preparing the bone broth circle. It's not a soup circle, mind you. This is a discussion group where everyone brings a bone and tells a story related to it. Real or imagined doesn't matter. A man brings a sheep's jawbone and claims it once helped him find his way home in a blizzard. A woman lays down a rib and says nothing, only stares into the fire until someone else starts laughing for reasons you do not understand. You present a splintered twig and say it's the wishbone of a forest ghost. There is a pause, then applause. You are offered an honorary scarf and a small cube of goat cheese. You have been accepted. At the end of the night, the cauldron is covered. The Bjorndal is propped in a corner like a guest who overstayed their welcome. And the longhouse dims. Someone throws a pine cone into the fire and mutters, "For luck." You follow suit, whispering something you don't say aloud. Outside, the snow falls soft and slow, covering the village like a hush. Inside, the fire crackles, and somewhere across the room, Goat Steve's crown topples off with a soft plink. You fall asleep wondering if the third cup really heard your thoughts. You wake to wool brushing your cheek and the sharp scent of burned onion skin. Someone has just tossed more kindling on the fire, and smoke curls lazily upward into the rafters. The hearth crackles like it's whispering secrets, and you hear the quiet hum of a voice outside, already beginning the day's first story. It's not a saga, not exactly. More like a bedtime tale told backwards. These are midwinter sagas, only recited during the coldest months, and only by elders wrapped in sheepskin cloaks so thick they resemble boulders with eyebrows. You step outside, wrapped in a cloak that still smells vaguely of goat. The village is quiet, the kind of quiet that only happens when everything is frozen. Air, breath, time. A group of children is gathered in a tight ring around an old woman sitting on an overturned fish barrel. She begins in a voice like brittle parchment. The tale is about a man who forgot his name and had to borrow one from a ghost. Every sentence bends like frost curling on a window. Children listen wide-eyed, their faces streaked with soot, their hands clutched around wooden cups of hot broth. You settle beside them, and the woman turns her gaze on you. "Have you ever borrowed a name?" she asks. You shake your head. She nods slowly. "Good. Don't." Storytelling in winter isn't entertainment. It's protection. Each tale, they say, seals a crack in the longhouse wall, keeps the cold from seeping in. Historians still debate whether these seasonal narratives were mnemonic devices, moral teachings, or just really weird ways to pass the time when the fjord was frozen shut. The villagers will tell you it's all three. You're handed a carved rune stick, a small branch etched with rough symbols. It's meant to be held while listening. The belief is that stories don't live in the words, but in the wood that hears them. You roll it in your fingers. It feels warm, almost alive. Later in the morning, a young boy named Leaf takes you to what he calls the secret fire circle, which turns out to be three elderly men sitting around a dented brass pot full of coals. Each of them tells a story, but with a twist. You're not allowed to blink while listening. If you blink, you owe them a pickled egg. It's harder than it sounds. One man tells a rambling tale about a seal who tricked the village priest into marrying a piece of driftwood. You blink before he even finishes the part about the seaweed wedding ring. He grins, hands outstretched. You give him a pickled egg. He does not eat it. He just puts it in his pocket and winks. Back inside the longhouse, another ritual begins. The saga wrapping. Elders take a woven wool blanket, embroidered with symbols and runes, and wrap it around the storyteller as they speak. The idea is to trap the truth in the threads, as one woman explains while threading a new bead onto the edge. Once a tale is finished, the blanket is folded and placed beneath the bedding of a pregnant woman or an anxious goat. It's supposed to help with dreams, or birth, or both. You take a turn under the blanket. The pressure is gentle, like a firm hug. You're expected to tell something. Not a story exactly, but a memory. You stammer your way through a tale about slipping on ice and losing a boot. No one laughs. An old man touches his heart and says, "That happened to me once, but I lost a tooth instead." You are now emotionally bonded. Outside, the children play snow sagas, where they build scenes from stories using sticks and moss. Today's scene includes a sea monster with a beard made of frozen fish guts and a surprisingly accurate model of a merchant ship made from cheese rinds. You sit near the edge of the play area, watching one child carefully arrange twigs into a circle. "This is where the ghost waited," she whispers. "Right here, every winter." You nod. You do not ask for clarification. As dusk, which looks suspiciously like late morning, settles in, you're invited to the lantern-lying ritual. Each person lights a small lantern, places it on the floor, and tells one lie. The bigger the lie, the brighter the flame. Or so the legend says. You tell them you once rode a walrus across a frozen fjord while eating cheese. Your lantern flickers enthusiastically. A man tells a lie so grand it involves a talking elk, a broken harp, and a royal marriage contract. His lantern nearly catches the ceiling on fire. The lies are never challenged. It's not about truth. It's about warmth, imagination, and giving the night something to talk about. Before bed, the blanket is passed around again. This time, it's not for stories, but for catching nightmares. Each person touches it and names something they'd rather not dream about. Cold fingers, forgotten names, soup that never ends. You name accidentally marrying a fish. Everyone nods solemnly. That one's common. The fire is fed one last log carved with a face. No one says whose. You lie back in your hay-lined corner, still gripping the rune stick. It's grown warmer in your hand. Somewhere beyond the smoke, a voice whispers another story. Just for the night. Just for the walls to hear. This morning, the air is thick with the scent of lanolin and something vaguely barn-like. A large bundle of goat hair has been dumped in the middle of the longhouse floor. And around it, villagers sit cross-legged, humming under their breath. You're informed, politely but firmly, that today is the goat hair blessing, one of the most peculiar and oddly specific winter rituals in the entire village. No one quite remembers when it started. Some say it dates back to a stormy winter when all the sheep vanished and the goats had to step up. Others say it came from a dream a wise woman had after eating spoiled eel. Historians still argue whether this ritual held agricultural symbolism, textile preparation logic, or was simply an excellent excuse to sit around and gossip while covered in fluff. You're handed a small wooden comb and a handful of wiry goat hair. It's clean, thankfully, though it still smells unmistakably goat. The idea is to comb the strands straight while murmuring a personal blessing. Not for yourself, mind you, but for someone else, someone who might not even know you're thinking of them. So, as your fingers work through the tangled fluff, you whisper, "May Einar stop licking frozen fence posts. May the pig never again eat the storyteller's shoes. May the snow melt before we forget what grass feels like." You're not sure the magic works, but everyone's smiling softly, and that seems close enough. The goat hair is then twisted into long cords using fingers slick with melted snow and butter. Why butter, you ask? A woman shrugs and says, everything's better with butter, even curses. You decide not to follow up. The cords are hung above the doorway, where they dangle like sleepy, scraggly garlands. This is supposed to deter illness, especially the kind that starts with a tickle in the throat and ends with someone hallucinating conversations with their mittens. As an added precaution, a bit of the hair is burned on a hot stone while everyone leans in and inhales. The smell is not good. Someone coughs. Someone else claims to see a vision of a deer playing a harp. No one disputes it. Next comes the blessing tug, where each person takes hold of a braided strand of goat hair and tugs 3 times. Once for warmth, once for luck, and once to make the snow less mean. It's a surprisingly emotional moment. Even the pig participates, gently nudging the braid with her snout before sneezing all over it. Everyone cheers. This, apparently, is considered a sacred sign. After the braids are hung and blessed, the villagers gather around a large stone bowl filled with warm milk and dried rose hips. This is the drink of quiet strength, meant to be sipped in absolute silence. You take a cup and immediately burn your tongue. No one reacts. You, too, say nothing. Strength through scalding. One elder, hunched and nearly engulfed in her wool shawl, finally breaks the silence with a whispered joke about a goat who couldn't sing in tune, but became a king anyway. Laughter bubbles up like spring water beneath the frost. And then comes the part you weren't expecting, the hair burial. All the leftover goat fluff is carefully gathered into a worn linen pouch, tied with a red thread, and carried out into the snow. A small procession forms, barefoot, of course, because you must feel the cold to understand the warmth. You follow, stumbling slightly, your toes instantly regretting their life choices. They dig a small hole near the frozen edge of the village and gently place the pouch inside. A short song is sung, mostly humming and a few lines about goats, winter, and a goose who got too ambitious. Then the snow is packed down with the flat sides of carved spoons, and everyone taps it 3 times. This is supposed to ensure that next year's goats are strong, that next year's sicknesses are weak, and that no one accidentally invites frost spirits to dinner. On the way back, a boy whispers that once the burial site shifted locations on its own overnight. He insists he saw it walking. You believe him a little more than you should. Back inside, there's a final part of the ritual, the wool circle game. Strips of goat hair cord are arranged in a spiral on the ground, and villagers take turns spinning in place, trying to land their toe in the exact center without falling over. Points are awarded for balance, style, and goat-related shouting. Someone manages a flawless spin and yells, "Bleat me!" to thunderous applause. You try. You fall. Twice. Someone gives you an honorary fish pin and pats your shoulder. As evening sets in, the goat hair braids sway softly above the door, casting long shadows across the fire-lit room. A final handful is tossed into the flames, crackling with a hiss that sounds like distant applause. Someone claps once. A tradition, you're told, to thank the goat spirits for their service, especially the very ticklish ones. You settle into your sleeping nook, still smelling faintly of butter and singed wool. and listen as the wind curls itself around the longhouse like an old friend. Someone's humming again. You think it might be the same tune as yesterday, or maybe the wind is just learning how to carry the melody. Either way, you close your eyes, knowing that somewhere beneath the snow, a small bundle of goat fluff is dreaming alongside you. There is a quiet reverence this morning as you awaken, your breath misting softly in the half-light. The longhouse hushed, except for the occasional creak of timber and the rhythmic scraping of someone stirring porridge with what sounds like a ladle made from a jawbone. Today is Root Day, a day dedicated not to planting. Of course, the earth is frozen solid, but to honoring the humble, wrinkled vegetables that have survived the long freeze alongside the people. You shuffle to the hearth, where a basket of turnips, parsnips, and potatoes sits like an altar. They are scuffed, lumpy, and somehow noble, displayed as though preparing for some sort of tuber coronation. One turnip, in particular, has been lovingly polished, and now sports two carved eyes and a smirk. Its name, apparently, is Queen Crunchula. You're handed a wooden carving knife and a root of your own, slightly squishy, mildly alarming in scent. Today's task is to carve a protective face into your chosen root. Not too scary, not too silly. Just enough to ward off the sneezes and snow demons. The villagers call these winter ward turnips and place them in doorways, window frames, and sometimes under their beds. You give your turnip a suspicious squint and a mustache. A young girl approves, saying it looks like her uncle's goat. As you work, someone starts reciting the recipe of 7 broths, a sing-song list of ingredients used by grandmothers long gone to bring balance to the wind. No one has all 7 ingredients anymore, especially the last egg of the first duck. But reciting the recipe is said to bring good luck and better digestion. At mid-morning, the sacred roasting begins. A flat iron plate is placed over the hearth and slowly warmed while the villagers brush the roots with goose fat and sprinkle them with dried herbs. The smell is earthy, savory, and oddly hypnotic. Someone adds a dash of powdered fish scale for crunch. You do not ask whose idea that was. The roots are turned with wooden tongs carved into animal shapes: foxes, ravens, a walrus with a suspiciously toothy grin. Each root must sizzle 3 times before it's considered blessed. You try your hand and end up launching a parsnip across the room. It lands in someone's cup of ale. They cheer. Once roasted, the vegetables are arranged in a ring around a stone bowl of sour cream. One by one, people step forward, dip their root, take a bite, and whisper a line from the Cold Belly Prayer. May your bones be warm, your fire never greedy, your potatoes never sprout in the dark. You're told this line changes slightly from village to village. One coastal clan replaces potatoes with barnacles. No one knows why. After the eating, the salt toss begins. Each person takes a pinch of salt, closes their eyes, and throws it backward over their left shoulder. If it lands in the fire, good luck. If it hits someone else, they owe you a boiled egg. If it disappears completely, someone is definitely cursed. You watch nervously as your salt vanishes midair. A nearby woman pats your back and says, "Could just mean snow." Comforting. Now comes the most serious part, the potato sermon. A respected elder stands before the group, holding a very old, very shriveled potato wrapped in cloth. He speaks solemnly about resilience, storage cellars, and the dignity of a tuber that refuses to rot. It is both absurd and oddly moving. By the end, several people are wiping their eyes. The potato is then kissed, blessed, and returned to its shelf for another year of quiet observation. Later, the children host the mashed games. These involve sculpting mashed roots into mythical creatures, some horrifying, some delightful, and launching them at targets shaped like winter spirits. One child creates a mashed dragon with actual dried fish teeth. Another makes a smiling troll with a licorice mustache. You sculpt a perfectly round, mashed owl and are awarded second place, narrowly beaten by a child who molded an exact likeness of Queen Crunchula riding a beat. The games end with a mashed mash, literally everyone tossing their creations into a central pot, mixing them with herbs, and calling it Victory Stew. You try a spoonful. It tastes like dirt and triumph. Evening falls with golden firelight dancing across the walls. As the final ritual, the villagers take a root each, whisper a hope into it, and place it gently under the sleeping mats. These whisper roots are said to absorb dreams and secrets, storing them for spring. You tuck yours beneath the hay and fur. It feels oddly comforting, like having a little ear pressed against your sleep. As the longhouse quiets, someone begins a lullaby in a minor key. The lyrics mention snow that listens, turnips that dream, and the gentle creak of houses that remember too much. You drift off with the faint taste of rosemary on your tongue and the whisper of roots in your ear, knowing that tonight your dreams are guarded by vegetables. You awake before the fire's even been stirred, the longhouse still swaddled in darkness, the air heavy with that particular kind of cold that makes your teeth ache before you've even opened your mouth. It's Oath Day, a day not marked on any calendar, not announced by bell or trumpet, but simply felt, like a pulse beneath the snow. The village is unusually quiet. Even the pig snores in reverent silence. You're handed a strip of salted fish, a slice of dried apple, and a candle stub. These, you're told, are your oath tokens. One to eat, one to burn, one to keep. But not yet. First comes the gathering. At the edge of the village, where the snowbanks rise high and the frost clings to every branch like powdered glass, a circle has been cleared. In its center sits a wooden table, scarred, scorched, and decorated with a ring of bones, mostly animal. Probably. This is the table of saying things out loud, which is both exactly what it sounds like and much stranger. One by one, villagers step forward to make small, personal oaths. Nothing grand, nothing world-changing, just honest promises made during the coldest, hardest season. You listen as they speak. I'll stop throwing snow at my cousin's hair while she sleeps. I promise not to hoard the good boots next frost. I swear I'll finally mend the hole in the goat shed roof. Even the pig makes an appearance, prompted by a child. She swears she won't bite any more mittens. The crowd nods solemnly. When your turn comes, you step forward, clutching your fish strip. You promise something small, something true. Perhaps I'll try to remember which T is for sleep and which is for sneezing. A gentle round of hums follows. That's a sign of approval. After all oaths are spoken, the salted fish is eaten, chewy, intensely briny, but oddly satisfying. The candle stub is then lit and held until the wax begins to soften. You press a thumb into it, leave your mark, and place it on the table with the others. Dozens of thumbprints glowing like sleepy fireflies in the morning frost. Then comes the part few outsiders ever hear about, the oath circle of oddments. Each person brings a strange item, something broken, lost, or simply strange. A cracked spoon, a featherless arrow, a sock with two heels. These are placed in a wooden chest lined with sheep wool and ash. This chest is then carried into the woods and buried under a tree whose bark has been carved with the runes for almost remembered. No one knows what happens to the chest. Some say it feeds the forest's memory. Others claim it prevents the oaths from getting too powerful. A local girl whispers that once. The chest came back up the next day, but with different items inside, including a spoon that wasn't cracked anymore. Historians still argue whether these oath rituals were early forms of communal contracts or spiritual exercises to channel collective anxiety into ceremonial silliness. In truth, they seem to be both, deeply sincere and deeply strange. Back in the village, the final act of Oath Day unfolds, the salted shout. This involves climbing atop a mound of snow behind the longhouse, one at a time, and yelling your oath into the wind, not repeating it exactly, but shouting around it, into it, with it. You watch as villagers bellow nonsensical syllables that somehow carry the shape of their promises. Grook ta for the boots, Zur-RP for fixing the cheese wall, She-Kra for better sleep dreams. You climb the mound, heartbeat quick, fish still lingering on your breath, and bellow into the crisp blue silence. Wap-ha for tea clarity. And just like that, the wind carries your nonsense away, like a lullaby made of ice. Returning inside, your final oath token, the dried apple slice, is strung with a thread and tied above your bed. It's meant to remind you that winter will pass, that sweetness survives cold, and that sometimes the simplest promise is the hardest to keep. That night, as the fire crackles low and frost paints delicate spirals on the inside of the window slats, the villagers gather for the oath dreaming. You lie in your hay, listening as they take turns whispering pieces of their promises into the dark. Each whisper is followed by a soft knock on the wall, like a tiny exclamation mark. You're not sure if you're dreaming or if someone's actually painting your toes with warm goose fat for luck. But either way, you sleep with your thumb pressed against the cooling wax, and your breath fogs softly into the night. Your promise floats in the rafters, just above the sleeping pig, glowing faintly like a satisfied sigh. You wake to a different kind of silence, thick, unnatural, like the snow itself has decided to hold its breath. No footsteps, no fire crackling. Even the pig is silent, which is frankly more alarming than comforting. Something is off. Someone hands you a small chunk of ice wrapped in linen. For your lips, they say quietly. They mustn't speak today. You blink. You begin to ask why. And the woman gently places a finger to your mouth. Not today, she whispers. It's the night of 12 shadows. Well, that clears nothing up. But you go along with it, because that's the rhythm of this place. The night of 12 shadows begins in the morning, oddly enough, and lasts exactly 24 hours. It's a day of near silence, strange gestures, and unsettling symbolism. The idea is that during this time, The veil between the village and the unwarm world is thinnest, so you must act unpredictably to avoid being noticed, which is why breakfast is eaten standing up, facing the wall, with your eyes closed. You fumble your way through a lukewarm mash of barley and wild onion, while a nearby man quietly dances in slow circles, balancing a spoon on his head. You've never respected someone more. No one speaks? Not exactly. Instead, villagers communicate using shadow signals, a set of ritualized movements involving finger curls, shoulder tilts, and controlled sneezes. You're handed a cheat sheet carved into a plank of birchwood. One nod. I agree. Two nods. I disagree. Elbow tap. I need more porridge. Finger wiggle. The spirits are watching. Slow blink. Everything's fine. Probably. You do your best to follow along, though you get the elbow tap confused and accidentally ask someone for porridge 6 times in a row. They eventually cave and just hand you a whole bowl. Children spend the day drawing strange shapes in the snow with birch branches, circles within triangles, spirals with 13 notches. You ask what they mean, forgetting momentarily about the silence, and one boy responds with a slow blink and a dramatic shrug. Fair enough. At noon, or at least what passes for it, the villagers gather around a large slab of stone just outside the longhouse. It's been scraped clean and dusted with ash. 12 lanterns are placed in a ring, each representing a different shadow that the community must acknowledge, but never name. Each lantern is lit by a different person. No one speaks. You help light the 8th one. As the flame catches, everyone hums a low note that somehow makes the fire shiver. Then begins the circle of watching. Everyone sits facing inward, eyes wide, watching. Nothing. A log, a patch of air, maybe a snowflake drifting through a crack in the roof. The idea is to confuse the shadows, to pretend you're watching them back, so they leave you alone or get bored. Historians still argue whether this was symbolic resistance to midwinter despair, or just peak medieval gaslighting. Mid-afternoon, if time still exists, brings the upside meal. Everything must be eaten using the wrong hand, and nothing may be cut. You're given a full boiled fish and must somehow navigate it with your non-dominant hand and a spoon carved from antler. You succeed. Barely. The fish gets the upper hand once or twice. Later, there's the backward walk, in which everyone walks backwards around the longhouse 3 times, dragging a pine branch behind them. Supposedly, this sweeps away unwanted dreams. You trip only twice and are applauded for your graceful tumbling recovery. The most mysterious part of the ritual happens as the sun begins to vanish behind the hills, turning the snow a faint violet. Everyone disappears for a time. No explanation, no instruction, just quiet. You find yourself alone, standing in the middle of the village, unsure if you've missed something or if this is the something. Eventually, figures reappear from behind snowbanks and doorways, each carrying a small item cloaked in linen, stones, bones, melted candle ends. These are placed at the base of the central post in the longhouse, the listening beam. The items are never spoken of again, but they stay there all winter. As night wraps the village in a blue-black blanket, the final act of the 12 Shadows begins. The blind fire. All lamps and torches are extinguished. Only the hearth remains, flickering and low. You're handed a strip of dark fabric and instructed to cover your eyes. Sightless. You feel the warmth of others nearby. Someone's sleeve brushes yours. You hear breathing, soft and steady. The fire pops once, like a punctuation mark in a poem no one can see. No one speaks. No one moves. For 12 heartbeats, or perhaps 12 minutes. There is only breath and fire. Then, as if by unseen signal, the blindfolds are removed, one by one. The firelight is golden again. The air feels lighter, somewhere. The pig finally snorts. People smile at each other. No one explains anything. They just begin to hum. A low and aimless melody, like a lullaby made of memory and ash. You find your bedroll, still warm from earlier, and lie back. The lanterns are gone. The runes in the snow have been erased. But the silence has shifted. It's no longer holding its breath. It's exhaling. And so are you. You wake to the smell of steam and the unmistakable tang of pickled eggs. Not exactly the aroma of dreams, but in this village, it means only one thing: communal bath day. Someone taps you gently with a birch twig. "It's time," they whisper. The steam spirits won't wait. You blink, a little unsure whether you're still dreaming. But no. There's already a line of villagers shuffling toward the bathhouse wrapped in towels, fur capes, and varying degrees of enthusiasm. The bathhouse itself is a round, low structure set just apart from the longhouse. Its roof sagging under layers of snow, and its chimney puffing a steady column of steam. The walls are made of thick timber logs, sealed with moss and soot. A row of carved stones lines the path, each one featuring a different face, smiling, frowning, yawning, and one that seems to be sneezing eternally. Inside, the warmth hits you like a kiss and a slap at the same time. The air is thick with moisture and scented with juniper, pine resin, and something vaguely like mustard. Steam coils in the air like lazy ghosts. The bath ritual isn't just about cleanliness. No one here really expects to leave the bathhouse smelling like lavender and lemon zest. This is about purging bad luck, soothing winter bones, and listening to things that can't be heard in the cold. You're handed a small wooden bucket filled with hot water and instructed to listen before you pour. You hold the bucket to your ear. It hisses gently, like a secret being boiled. You nod. The woman next to you smiles. "That one has good stories," she says, tapping her own bucket like it's an old friend. Then come the ghost songs. A trio of elders begins to hum, low, breathy notes that rise and fall without melody or rhythm, like fog drifting over a frozen pond. Everyone else joins in, not singing words, but adding sounds, sighs, hums, moans, clicks. It's hypnotic. You start to hum without realizing. The steam thickens with the sound until it feels like you're inside a throat, or a story that hasn't decided what it means yet. In the corner, someone pours water over hot stones. They hiss, crackle, and fill the room with a sudden burst of citrusy scent. You ask what it is. "Dried lemon peel and crushed regret," someone replies. You chuckle. They don't. After the singing fades, you join a circle of villagers sitting on smooth stones around a central pool. A bowl of pickled eggs is passed around. You're told to eat one in silence, without breaking eye contact with the person opposite you. This is apparently how you anchor your steam spirit so it doesn't wander into someone else's dreams tonight. Your opponent is a very serious older man with astonishingly thick eyebrows. You manage to hold his gaze as you bite into the rubbery egg. It squeaks in your mouth. He nods solemnly. You are now spiritually bonded. You are also a little nauseous. The next part is the birch switch dance. It's less of a dance, more of a gentle swatting. Pairs of villagers take turns patting each other's backs, shoulders, and arms with bundles of leafy birch branches soaked in warm water. The idea is to wake the skin, scare away tension, and, possibly, confuse frost spirits still clinging to your elbows. When it's your turn, the strikes are soft, rhythmic, and oddly comforting, like being very politely beaten by a tree who wishes you well. Afterward, you feel flushed, tingling, slightly dizzy, and deeply relaxed. Between swats, people tell short, silly stories, little legends about the bathhouse itself, how one spirit only appears in steam patterns, how another lives in the plug hole and only likes jokes about fish. Historians still argue whether these tales were cautionary teaching tools or just an excuse to talk about bodily smells with poetic dignity. The final act of the ritual is the mirror stone gaze. Each person approaches a large flat stone set into the wall, polished, smooth like glass. You're instructed to stare into it and speak the name of something you miss. Not someone. Something. A feeling. A season. A goat. You speak your word aloud. It disappears into the steam. You feel lighter. Someone whispers that if the stone fogs over after your word, it means the spirits heard you. You glance back. It's covered in condensation. Success? On your way out, you're handed a small towel embroidered with a spiral. This is your post-bath wrapping cloth, and it mustn't touch the floor until sundown. If it does, the chill returns through your heels. You nod gravely, although your feet are already freezing, wrapped, warm, and mildly pickled. You return to the longhouse. There's fresh broth waiting, a bit of honey in your cup, and someone humming that same ghost song melody near the fire. That night, your dreams are misty and strange. Fragments of steam, laughter, the echo of your name inside a bucket. You wake unsure where the warmth ends and you begin. You lie still, breathing in the last of the bathhouse magic, and think, winter isn't trying to kill you. It's just trying to make sure you remember how to feel. The village is unusually noisy this morning, though not with talking. There's a strange clatter drifting through the longhouse, punctuated by squeals, grunts, and the unmistakable sound of something bouncing off a wooden beam and landing in a stew pot. You poke your head out of your fur blanket and are immediately hit in the forehead by a small jawbone. Welcome to Teeth and Bone Games Day. Outside, the snow is glittering under a rare sliver of sun, and the children are already hard at work setting up the playing field. It consists of a large cleared area in the snow, 12 rings made of braided hay, and several buckets filled with assorted small bones, mostly goat, sheep, and fish, with the occasional mystery fragment that everyone agrees is probably not human. Don't worry. You're handed your starter pack, a pouch with 4 tiny jawbones, 1 splintered knuckle, and what looks suspiciously like a chicken's collarbone wearing a tiny carved crown. This is your champion piece, your Jarl bone. You must name it. You go with Björk, for reasons you cannot explain. The rules? No one fully agrees. There's a lot of gesturing, nodding, and saying things like, well, last year we let the pig play, so, but broadly. The objective is to flick your bones into the hay circles while avoiding cursed snow patches and unpredictable wind spirits. Simple enough. First round, you flick a jawbone with too much enthusiasm and hit a toddler's boot. They cheer, you score a point. No one can explain how or why, but the real magic of this day isn't the game itself. It's the stories that accompany each bone. You soon realize that each fragment has its own lore. A boy tells you that his fish spine belonged to a herring who once predicted a storm. Another child swears their goat tooth carries the whisper of a very disappointed farmer. Your Jarl bone, Björk, is quickly developing a reputation for bouncing off everything except the target, which someone declares an omen of future mischief. You accept this with pride. At midday, a bone banquet is held, not for eating, no one's that desperate, but to admire and trade the best decorated pieces. Someone has painted tiny eyes on a sheep's molar. Another person turned a finger bone into a flute. You attempt to carve a rune into a tooth and accidentally create something that looks like a chicken screaming. Everyone loves it. There's also a round of bone charades, where villagers act out bone-related phrases using only mime and one exaggerated grunt per round. You witness a performance of the ghost of a warrior stubbed his toe on a jawbone and vowed revenge that earns a standing ovation. After lunch, the children begin the most dramatic part of the ritual, the great gnash-off. It involves balancing as many bones as possible in your mouth, safely, and trying to intimidate your opponent with the fiercest growl. Points are awarded for realism, style, and non-drool-related restraint. You try. You last 3 seconds before snorting with laughter and accidentally spitting your champion bone into the fire. A girl retrieves it with 2 sticks and solemnly declares that it has now been purified by flame and eligible for the final match. You nod with appropriate gravity, wiping broth from your eyebrow. Meanwhile, the elders engage in their own quiet ritual, a kind of contemplative dice game played with boar knuckles, used more for fortune-telling than winning. They roll the bones onto a fur mat, muttering interpretations. A sideways knuckle means your cousin will surprise you with soup. 2 curved bones touching? Someone nearby is in love with a hat. The one that lands upright? That's fate, or indigestion. Historians still argue whether these games served spiritual functions or were just effective ways to keep restless villagers entertained during endless winters. In truth, they seem to blend divination, distraction, and gentle chaos in equal parts. As the light begins to fade, the final match is declared. The fire is stoked, the circles are cleaned, and each remaining player steps forward with their Jarl bone held high. You clutch Björk with determination. Her charred edges still warm. You flick. She soars. She bounces once, twice, and lands squarely in the center of the largest hay ring, coming to rest atop a sprig of frozen mint. The crowd gasps. Someone faints dramatically. You are immediately crowned Bone Chancellor, handed a ceremonial spoon, and asked to recite a victory haiku. You do your best. Tiny goat jawbone. You understand me somehow. Please don't roll away. Thunderous applause. A child throws a snowball at your foot in celebration. That evening, the bones are gathered reverently and placed into a cloth pouch stitched with spirals, and a single embroidered tooth. They are not kept year-round. Instead, they are reburied beneath the village fire pit, to rest and to remember. You lie back in your nook, ceremonial spoon still clutched in one hand, Björk safely tucked beneath your pillow. The fire hums low, and someone is softly chanting a song that translates roughly to, "The bones are not gone. They are just whispering smaller." You fall asleep smiling, jaw aching slightly from laughter. You awake to a distant jingling sound, like sleigh bells, but somehow clumsier. There's a distinct shuffling outside, muffled laughter, and a low, theatrical bleating. Today is Goat Parade Day, which is apparently the most chaotic, most anticipated, and least logically explained ritual of the Viking winter calendar. You throw on your thickest wool cloak and trudge outside into the crisp, pale light. And there it is, the Goat Parade, in all its ragtag glory. Leading the procession is a tall man wearing a patched-together goat costume. Well, goat might be generous. It's a fur robe stitched with hay, a horned cap made from hollowed turnips, and an expression of pure determination. His name is Egil, and he's the Yule goat, the honorary fool, protector of luck, and designated fall guy for everything that went wrong in the past year. He trips on a snowdrift and face plants into a basket of dried apples. A cheer goes up. The parade has begun. Behind Egil marches a procession of villagers in various degrees of animal-adjacent attire. One wears a full fish skeleton. Another is draped in feathers and ringing a bell made from a spoon tied to a ladle. Children throw straw. Someone is playing a flute with only 3 notes. Badly. You are quickly roped into the procession and handed a goat mask carved from pine. It's beautiful and slightly unsettling, with a crooked smile and 1 extra nostril. You wear it proudly. The parade winds through the village in a serpentine path, stopping at every doorway to perform what they call the Goat Challenge. This involves the Yule goat loudly accusing the household of something mildly embarrassing. You burned the cabbage twice. Or your sheep won't make eye contact. And the homeowners must respond with a dance or a snack. At one house, the family performs a coordinated clap-stomp-turn routine and hand out roasted chestnuts. At another, the matriarch simply throws a pancake out the window while shouting, "Take my shame with you." The Yule goat devours it while weeping theatrically. The crowd loves it. As the parade continues, villagers chant in unison, "Goat of winter, goat of old, take our troubles, leave us bold." It's more musical than accurate, but the rhythm is infectious. Someone adds a verse about taxes. Someone else adds one about the cheese going missing. The goat nods solemnly at both. Eventually, the procession arrives at the goat pole, a towering wooden spike adorned with bells, bones, and last year's honorary underpants. This is the site of the final ritual, the goat reckoning. Egil, still in costume, now covered in apple mash and snow, must climb the pole with nothing but determination and encouragement shouted in unison. Every few feet, the crowd yells out affirmations for the roots, for the turnips, for the goat within. He nearly slips twice, once on a patch of melted jam from an earlier incident, but finally reaches the top, ties a red scarf around the post, and yells, "The goat is pleased." Confetti made from dried beet leaves rains down. Back on the ground, A small effigy of the previous year's goat costume is ceremonially paraded through the snow, kissed by children, and then gently burned, not in anger, but as a release. The smoke curls upward in sleepy spirals, like a sigh from the village itself. And then, things get strange. As the sun dips behind the mountains, a new ritual begins. The goat banquet of slight regret. Everyone brings a dish they're not proud of. Burnt porridge, oversalted stew, a fish that may have once been a shoe. These dishes are placed on a communal table and sampled respectfully. The idea is to laugh together, to forgive small failures, and to remind each other that even bad food fills a belly. You try something called oops berries. You're not sure what the mistake was, but your teeth vibrate a little afterward. You chase it with a biscuit so dry it audibly crumbles before reaching your mouth. And yet, it's wonderful. Everyone is smiling. Someone gives a toast using the world's tiniest mug. A child proposes a duel with pickled radishes. The goat headgear is passed around so everyone can take a turn saying something they regret, something they're proud of, and something they've forgotten. When it's your turn, you say, I regret throwing björk in the fire. I'm proud of my bone haiku, and I've forgotten what warm sand feels like. There is applause. Someone passes you a candied onion. You don't ask why. As night falls, the Yule goat, still Egil, still heroic, stands beside the dying fire and announces, the goat has taken our burdens. Now let us dream like goats, confused, warm, and on a hill somewhere, you return to your bedroll, still clutching your crooked pine mask, which now smells faintly of burnt pancake and apple cider. The wind outside whistles through the eaves, and you imagine it's the goat calling you to sleep. One last jingle of bells echoing in your dreams. You doze off with the faintest smile, hearing again the chant, Goat of winter, goat of sleep, climb the pole and climb it deep. Whatever that means, you wake to ash. Not smoke exactly, but fine. Silvery gray flecks sprinkled across the longhouse floor, drifting from the hearth like sleepy snow. No one is alarmed. In fact, the villagers are moving carefully, deliberately, as if they don't want to disturb the particles. It's Ash Day, or more precisely, the day of ashes under the threshold. You yawn and stretch, only to find a woman gently brushing soot across the bottom of your sleeping mat with a goose feather, just in case, she says with a nod, as though that clears everything up. And in a way, it does. This ritual is one of the quietest in the entire winter calendar. While the goat parade is chaos and teeth-throwing games are full of laughter, Ash Day is for murmurs, glances, and soft footsteps. The belief is simple. During the depth of winter, when the snow walls are thick and the food stores thin, one must remind the house, literally, the building, to protect those inside, which is why ash is spread under doorways, window frames, and around the sleeping pig. Because of course the pig deserves protection. She's family. The ash comes from select fires, wood burned with dried herbs, fish bones, and on one memorable occasion, a cursed mitten. That one crackled blue. You're told the resulting ash is more reactive. You're handed a feather and a handful of warm soot in a clay bowl. Your job is to whisper something to it, a request, a worry, maybe a joke. You lean in and say, please keep the roof from creaking like it's about to confess something. then dust a neat little trail beneath the doorway. That ought to confuse a troll or two. Outside, the wind has picked up, and snow drifts swirl like flour in a careless kitchen. But inside, things are calm, focused. The villagers go about their ash spreading with quiet determination. A small girl is decorating her ash trail with bits of dried beetroot. For the color, she says, the spirits like a little fashion. The threshold of every house is given a special touch. A father carefully etches a rune into the ash with his pinky finger. A mother places a pine cone on top, so the cold stubs its toe. You're starting to see that. While these gestures might not make architectural sense, they make emotional sense. And sometimes, that's the stronger kind of protection. One of the stranger customs you observe is the ash pipe ceremony. A narrow reed is used to blow ash into the cracks of the walls, gently, like offering breath to the beams. You try it, managing to puff soot directly into your eye. A nearby boy offers you a sip of warm tea and says, "That means the wall now knows you." You're unsure if that's reassuring. Then comes the threshold tap. Each villager, one by one, taps the wooden beam at the front of the longhouse 3 times with the ash spoon, a large, carved ladle used only once per year. With each tap, a line is spoken. Remember our weight. Remember our warmth. Forget what the wind whispers. You tap and feel a tiny vibration come back through the wood. Someone whispers. The beam blinked. You choose to believe them. After the main ritual, the leftover ash is gathered into small pouches, tied with blue thread, and handed out like lucky charms. They're tucked into boots, hung above sleeping mats, or slipped into pockets. You're told never to throw yours away. If it breaks open, bury it under the nearest tree that seems to know something. Later, the ashes are mixed with melted butter and crushed garlic to make what they call ghost paste, a thick, gray spread used to seal cracks in the walls and occasionally rubbed on the outside of doors to confuse curious spirits. You help apply it to the chicken coop. The chickens are unimpressed, but the elder guiding you gives a satisfied grunt and mutters, "Now the eggs won't scream." You nod, because what else do you do with a sentence like that? The rest of the day is spent indoors, quietly rearranging things. Apparently, moving at least one item per room helps prevent settled cold, an invisible sort of frost that hides in stillness. You shift a stool. Someone else turns a spoon to face west. The pig changes her sleeping position and is hailed as the wisest of them all. As night falls, the villagers gather for a final ceremony. The ash remembering. A bowl of warm ash is passed around, and each person dips a finger in, then touches their forehead. It's not a religious symbol, not quite, but a gentle reminder that even fire leaves something behind. And sometimes, it's what remains after burning that offers the most protection. Before bed, someone sprinkles a thin ash line around your hay mattress. You fall asleep to the soft scratching of feathers on stone and the occasional hiss of a log shifting in the hearth. Outside, the wind presses gently against the longhouse, but finds no way in. Inside, your dreams smell faintly of pine, garlic, and ancient soot. You sleep without turning over, warm and oddly weightless, as if the ash beneath you is carrying more than just memory. You wake to the sound of fish, not the flopping kind. These are long dead, dried, strung, and gently swaying from the rafters on little cords of wool. The fish themselves don't make noise, of course, but the wind sneaks through a cracked shutter and makes the cords creak, and the dried fish bones tap against each other like soft, sleepy wind chimes. You rub your eyes. It's dream watching day, or as the villagers call it in hushed tones, the whispering. Today isn't about chores or games. It's about last night's dreams. And oh, you did dream, didn't you? You vaguely remember a stew that turned into a pond, that turned into your uncle's voice asking for cheese. You decide not to share that one. You rise and stretch, and someone hands you a strip of smoked herring tied with a green thread. For focus, they say, tapping your forehead with a dried clove. The dream circle begins shortly after dawn, which still looks like midnight. Everyone gathers near the fish-drying racks by the edge of the longhouse. A ring of chairs and logs has been arranged. In the center, a flat stone, blackened from past winters, on which sits a bowl of pine resin, smoldering slowly. Each person steps forward in turn, holding a dream token, a small object that represents something they saw in sleep. A feather, a lump of ice, a broken button, a very determined-looking bean. You're handed a piece of birch bark and told to draw a dream image with your non-dominant hand. You try to sketch the stew pond Uncle Cheese combination. It ends up looking like a sheep having an existential crisis. A nearby child praises your emotional texture. You thank them. When it's time to share, no one explains their dreams outright. Instead, they describe a color, a temperature, and a sound. One woman says, "Mine was blue, like melted steel, and it sounded like a goat knitting." A man replies, "Ah, good omen. Probably means rain." Everyone nods. "Of course it does." You say, "Mine was soft gray, tasted like pepper, and made a humming sound shaped like a spoon." Someone claps softly. That's apparently a rare combination. Next comes the dream sorting. A very serious and very strange tradition. The group collectively decides which dreams were forward-facing, which were backward-sliding, and which were looping like a tired fox. These categories don't have precise meanings, but once sorted, the dreams are sung back into the wind. Yes, sung. The village has a collection of dream tunes, wordless melodies assigned to different dream types. If your dream was about water, it gets the low, rippling tune. If it involved animals, a choppy rhythm with sharp breaths. If it was embarrassing, well, that one gets a high-pitched hum, and everyone avoids eye contact while it's sung. You sit back and listen to the sound of everyone's subconscious being turned into music. It's soothing, oddly revealing. You think you hear someone's recent fear about soup turning into a soft, lullaby-like rhythm. After the singing, the dream tokens are placed gently into the snow. Some are pressed under stones. Others are tied to tree branches with yarn. One is hidden in a goat's fur for safekeeping. The goat does not object. Then comes the warning round. This is where villagers share any dream elements that might be omens. Not definite, not guaranteed, just suspicious. One man admits he dreamed of a spoon melting and reforming into a chicken. Gasps all around. That, apparently, is the classic sign of an incoming roof leak. You check the ceiling just in case. Someone else says they dreamed their shadow walked out of the longhouse and didn't come back. This is met with quiet murmurs and a round of protective gestures, touching wood, spitting lightly into the fire, and humming 3 notes from an old lullaby. You do the same, just in case. Historians still argue whether these dream rituals were early psychological tools, communal bonding exercises, or just ways to make long winters feel meaningful. But sitting in that circle, hearing dream songs hummed into frost, you realize it doesn't need to make sense. It just needs to feel true. Later, the children build dream traps out of sticks, thread, and dried berries. They hang them above their sleeping spots to catch the good ones before they fly away. You make one too. It looks like a confused spider wearing mittens, but a girl says it has a warm energy. You decide to believe her. That evening, each person is invited to tell one sleep thought, not quite a dream, not quite a memory, something that drifted in just before sleep or lingered just after. The fire is low. Everyone's voices are soft, and no one interrupts. You say, "I thought I was holding a cloud, but it was my blanket, and I forgave it." There is silence, then a small sigh of approval. You sleep that night beneath your dream trap, your birch bark tucked into your pillow, and the fish bones above you gently clacking in time with the wind. Your last thought before slipping into dream is that maybe, just maybe, the goat with the hidden token does know what she's doing. By morning, everything is dripping, not dramatically, no floods or chaos, just the quiet, steady drip, drip, drip of meltwater. Snow slides off the roof in soft thumps. Icicles shrink. The walls of the longhouse no longer groan from the cold, but creak like they're waking up from a long nap. Today is the preparation for the melt, a series of bizarre, cheerful, slightly damp rituals meant to coax spring along, or, at the very least, make peace with its mess. You step outside and immediately squint. The sky is lighter, not blue, exactly. More like the pale underbelly of a fish. But it's enough for the villagers to declare. The sun has returned from her unreasonable vacation. A group of children runs by, waving sticks wrapped in wool and goose feathers. Sun ticklers, someone explains, to wake her up properly. You're handed one. It's delightfully silly. You tickle the air until you're out of breath and vaguely dizzy. The village is in motion. People are dragging logs out from under snowbanks, airing out rugs by smacking them rhythmically against tree trunks and muttering gently to their boots. You'll walk on mud soon. One woman coos to hers. Let's try not to fall this year. The first official ritual is the stirring of the melt pots, large clay jars of frozen herbs, roots, and last year's goose fat are brought out of storage and placed by the hearth. Each one is stirred counterclockwise with a spoon carved from last summer's firewood. This is believed to wake up the ingredients, reintroduce them to heat, and politely warn the local spirits that things are going to get mushy soon. You take a turn stirring a pot of congealed onion and lingonberry paste. It smells like ambition and regret. Someone says that means it's working. The children begin constructing melty men, not snowmen, exactly, but lumpy, half-slush figures decorated with moss eyebrows and gnarled twig arms. These are meant to represent what winter leaves behind. The tradition is to build them ugly enough that spring feels obligated to arrive and clean up. You build one with a crooked carrot nose and a fishbone crown. You name him Sir Drizzleflop. He lasts exactly 17 minutes before collapsing, which is considered an excellent omen. Next comes the awkward dancing. This is not a joke. The villagers take turns performing short, bumbling jigs in heavy boots while holding random objects: a broom, a teapot, a slice of old cheese. The worse the dancing, the better the luck. The sun laughs at us, someone explains, and that softens the ground. You flail with gusto while holding a mug of lukewarm broth and are rewarded with loud applause and a slap on the back that sends broth down your sleeve. Following the dancing is a mud divination session led by a woman named Solveig, who smells strongly of mint and boiled bark. She inspects boot prints left in the slush and predicts fortunes. "This one here," she says, pointing at a deep heel mark, "means someone will meet a goose with opinions." She turns to your print and frowns thoughtfully. "You're going to lose something important," she says, "but then find something unimportant that turns out to be better. You decide that's as good a prophecy as any." As the day wears on, villagers begin the uncovering of objects, digging into snow piles to retrieve the things winter hid: buckets, spades, someone's second-best mitten, and once, memorably, a goat. You help uncover a basket of preserved mushrooms that had been buried intentionally to keep their secrets cold. No one remembers what the secrets were, but the mushrooms are still good. Probably, by late afternoon, a large stone near the village center has thawed enough to sit on. This marks the beginning of the thaw vigil. People take turns sitting on it, warming it with their bodies, and telling the stone something they hope will grow this spring: crops, kindness, teeth for the baby, better jokes for Eagle, or just slightly less mud. Please. You sit. The stone is cold at first, but quickly softens. You whisper, "I hope the soup tastes different this year." Not better, just surprising. A nearby girl scribbles that down and says she's going to make a soup inspired by it. You immediately regret nothing. As night approaches, the final act of the day begins: the drip counting. Everyone sits in silence and counts how many individual drips they can hear. Not from their own roofs, but from the houses around them, the trees, the coop, the sled. Each drip is believed to carry a wish trying to sneak into the world. You count 19 before you fall asleep against the post. You dream of Sir Drizzleflop riding your fishbone spoon into the sun, cackling like a goat. When you wake, your hair smells like thawed onions, and your boots are half sunk into the floor. And somewhere outside, another icicle lets go. Plop. Spring doesn't arrive all at once, but it's definitely on its way. You wake to music. Not the melodic kind, but a slow, lurching rhythm created by a dozen boots stomping in near unison, a handful of clattering bones, and the occasional off-key horn made from a hollowed goat horn that someone once tried to use as a funnel. This is the Feast of the Forgotten Names, the final winter ritual, and by far the strangest. You throw on your cloak, step out into the morning mist, and see them, villagers forming a procession through the slush, faces painted in charcoal spirals, each holding a name stick, a small wooden token with a name carved into it. Except no one remembers whose names they are. That's the whole point. These are the forgotten ancestors, people whose stories were never written down, whose bones might have helped build the first fire pit, or whose greatest legacy was falling into a fish barrel and inventing pickled trout. Today, You remember them without knowing them. You honor them with stories you make up. You're handed a name stick. Yours says, Throgi of the slightly miscounted sheep. Perfect. The procession winds to the edge of the woods, where a large fire has been built, crackling, bright, surrounded by logs painted with spirals, fish, boots, and suspiciously detailed goats. Around the fire, everyone places their name sticks upright in the snow, forming a ring of not quite memory. Then comes the storytelling round. Each person steps forward, grabs any name stick except their own, and tells a made-up story about that person. It's not mocking. It's not random. It's ritual improv history, gentle, absurd, and full of heart. You hear tales like, Alla the Earless once chased away a frost demon by humming so loudly it moved to Sweden. Bjorni of the Strange Hat invented porridge, accidentally, during a thunderstorm. Sigga Two Elbows could braid hair so fast she was briefly outlawed for sorcery. You're up. You pick a stick that reads, Helgi, who left his socks in the sea. You clear your throat. Helgi was a philosopher, a thinker, a man who believed that socks, like dreams, should be free. He threw his into the sea one winter evening and waited for the tides to return the answer. They never did. But a week later, the herring harvest doubled. Coincidence? The village thinks not. A roar of approval. Someone offers you a herring cookie. You accept, cautiously. After the stories comes the naming feast. This isn't your average Viking banquet. This one is for the forgotten. And so everything served is a little questionable. Turnip stew with pine shavings. Bread so hard you could etch runes into it. Fish that might be eel, but everyone agrees tastes festive. The tradition is to eat a little of everything, even the dishes no one likes. Because our ancestors probably did too, someone says, biting into something with a mysterious crunch. You eat a jelly-like cube called slippersome and immediately feel your teeth retreat slightly in self-defense. It's considered respectful. Next is the forgotten dance, performed with precisely 3 steps no one agrees on, followed by one exaggerated shrug. It's confusing, deeply funny, and oddly emotional. People laugh, cry, bump into each other, spin with arms wide. At one point, someone's pants fall down. He bows. The forgotten ancestors would be proud. As evening approaches, each name stick is picked up and carried to the fire. But here's the twist. They aren't burned. Not yet. First, each stick is whispered to, told a hope, a fear, or a really good soup recipe. Then the villagers bury them under the fire, pressing them gently into the snow beneath the logs. The idea is that the stories will rise with the smoke, drift through the forest, and find their way to the ears of whoever once owned that name. You bury Throgi of the slightly miscounted sheep with care, murmuring, I hope your sheep figured it out in the end. Then, finally, the fire is left to burn down to embers. No music, no speeches, just the sound of melting snow hissing around the edges and the occasional sleepy pig snore from behind you. That night, the longhouse is warm, still, and faintly smoky. Someone hums a tune that no one knows the name of. You fall asleep with soot on your fingers and laughter still echoing in your ribs. Not every name needs remembering, but sometimes remembering how to remember is enough. The fire burns low now. The snow outside presses softly against the walls of the longhouse, no longer hostile, but companionable. You lie still beneath your fur blanket, your head resting on a pillow stuffed with hay and herbs. Someone has drawn a spiral in ash above your sleeping space, a simple symbol, worn by time and soot and quiet dreams. Around you, the village settles into silence. The pig snuffles once, then sighs. A log shifts in the hearth with a muffled crack. You close your eyes and feel the weight of wool on your shoulders, the lingering warmth of stories, steam, turnip laughter, and the music of bone games echoing faintly in your mind. The wind has stopped trying to get in. Now it simply hums, like it's listening. Somewhere out there, a goat effigy slowly leans to one side. Inside, everything you've seen, every whisper, every ash trail, every name that never quite belonged, rests alongside you in the quiet. You don't have to remember it all, just the feeling, just the fire, just the snow not being as cold as you feared. So sleep now, if you haven't already. The stories will keep, and the longhouse, this strange, warm, deeply soot-covered place, will still be here tomorrow. Good night, friend. Sleep well. Hair care secrets of medieval Viking warriors. They were venturing into the windswept world of Viking warriors, not to raid or pillage, but to quietly, respectfully condition. That's right. Beneath the fur cloaks, behind the swords, past the longships and war chants, lies a less sung story. Hair care, rituals involving combs, lye soap, and enough beard oil to make a modern grooming influencer jealous. You find yourself walking along a frost-bitten fjord, the sea to your left curling into gray foam, a village rising ahead, timber walls, turf-roofed homes, and smoke that smells like firewood and old fish. And within those homes, men and women who take their hair far more seriously than you'd expect from a society known for yelling and throwing axes. Let's be clear, you probably wouldn't survive this era. It's damp, it's cold, and if you touch someone's comb without asking, you might start a feud that lasts 3 generations. You trudge past rows of drying fish and animal hides and step into the largest longhouse, its door swinging open with a grumble. Inside, firelight dances across woven tapestries and shields. There's the sharp scent of iron tools and something richer, maybe tallow soap or pine resin. You expected noise, but instead, there's focus, calm. A row of warriors seated by the fire, each bent over a low wooden bench, quietly combing their hair and beards. One man, his eyebrows thicker than a squirrel pelt, gently untangles a braid with a carved bone comb. Welcome to the morning routine in a Viking settlement. Not chaotic armor slamming or sword sharpening, but deliberate self-grooming. In fact, in this village, combing is not just personal hygiene, it's practically a religious moment. One woman passes a boy a small pot of ashen fat paste. He dabs it behind his ears and runs his fingers through his hair until it shines. Another warrior splashes cold water from a basin onto his face, gasping as the chill bites. His beard is tied in 2 neat forks, each bound with a strip of dyed wool. Decorative? Yes. Functional? Allegedly. It keeps the beard out of the soup. There's a ritual to it. Comb, twist, oil, pause. Comb again. Not unlike yoga, but colder and involving more sheep fat. You're invited to sit by the hearth and handed a small comb of your own. It's smooth, made from horn, the teeth just wide enough not to rip out half your scalp. You run it gently through your hair. It creaks. A good sign. Apparently. In this settlement, each warrior has their own grooming station. Nothing fancy, just a stool, a bit of polished metal for a mirror, and a cloth bundle of tools: scissors, pins, beads, bone combs, and sometimes, if they're feeling bold, a dab of herbal oil made from juniper, birch, or the mysterious root that bites. Across the room, a warrior plats his hair into 3 tight cords and ties them back with sinew. He mutters something about not being caught looking like a wind-tossed sheep if the gods decide to summon him to Valhalla today. That might sound vain, but in Viking culture, grooming wasn't vanity. It was dignity. To look unkempt was to look like you didn't care. And not caring? That was practically criminal. Historians still argue whether this intense grooming culture was due to Norse spiritual beliefs, social competition, or just really itchy wool cloaks. The likely answer? All of the above. It wasn't just the warriors, either. Women's hairstyles were equally complex. Elegant knots, braids coiled around their heads, sometimes with tiny bronze pins shaped like animals or miniature swords. One older woman shows you hers. Keeps the trolls from nibbling, she says, deadpan. Back outside, the cold bites again, but your scalp is warm. Somehow, combing in this place makes you feel more awake, more grounded. The air smells of smoke and pine. And somewhere, a goat is trying to eat someone's hat. You sit quietly by the fire and watch the light play across polished braids and carefully trimmed beards. It's not just hair, it's history, woven one strand at a time. The light in the longhouse has shifted. It's still dim, but now golden, as if the fire has started whispering to the morning rather than just crackling at it. Around you, the grooming continues, not hurried or distracted, but with the sort of focus you might expect from someone crafting a saga in their own hair. A boy of about 12 is learning to comb his beard. You didn't know 12-year-olds had beards here, but this one's got the early makings. Wisps that curl like smoke under his chin. His father watches, arms folded, nodding solemnly as the boy catches a knot and winces. The comb? Passed down from grandfather to grandson. Apparently, it's bad luck to start your own comb lineage. You must inherit your first one, or, at the very least, find it dramatically in a field under strange circumstances. The boy finishes, then taps a small jar of bear-fat pomade, smears a fingertip across his chin, and spreads it like someone icing a cupcake with intense emotional baggage. You're told this blend is sacred. It keeps the beard healthy, the skin soft, and most importantly, it smells like confidence and old trees. In a quiet corner, a pair of sisters are unwinding their hair from sleep braids, loose coils tied at night to prevent tangles. One gently oils the ends with a mixture of duck fat and sage. The scent is oddly comforting, like roasted poultry and wisdom. She says it protects her hair from the cracking wind. Her sister scoffs and says it just keeps the lice away. You don't ask how they tested that. A warrior with frost-crusted boots sits on a stool near you. His beard is vast, sectioned like armor plates, each band wrapped with leather cord. He works through it with practiced precision, pausing every few strokes to reheat his comb over the fire. Goes through easier when it's warm, he says. Also scares the beard spirits out. Right. Beard spirits. A nearby woman. Tall, wiry, sharp-eyed. Rolls her sleeves and prepares to tend to her partner's hair. She untangles a section near his temple, murmuring something low in Old Norse, then braids it with tiny beads made of bone and amber. This isn't affection. It's respect. Grooming your companion before battle, before court, before winter. It's a bond like armor. And every household has its own style. One family prefers hair bound in tight loops along the scalp, supposedly to keep thoughts orderly. Another lets it fall loose and wild, using a sap-based gloss to give it an uncanny shine. You try some and immediately feel like a tree with too many secrets. Then comes the ritual of shared combs, a custom reserved only for the closest of friends or blood relatives. Sharing a comb casually would be like swapping souls without a receipt. But to be offered one, that's a rare honor. A man named Kettle sits beside you and gestures to his lap. He opens a cloth bundle and reveals a comb carved from whalebone, etched with tiny runes. Without speaking, he offers it to you. You accept slowly. The comb is warm from his hands. As you draw it through your hair, he smiles faintly and says, "Now we both know what wind feels like on the same path." Poetic. Also, confusing. You nod as if that makes total sense. There's a communal tub of scented water, not for full bathing, but for splashing on the scalp or beard. It smells of pine needles, mint, and something sharp like vinegar. You dip your fingers in and rub it behind your ears. A nearby elder raises an eyebrow and says, "That spot's for memory." You add more, just in case. Outside the longhouse, two men sit on a flat stone bench, trimming each other's mustaches with what look like tiny swords. Technically, they're shears, but in their hands, they're wielded like tools of honor. One snips a single hair with reverence and says, "That one betrayed me in a dream." Historians still argue whether such elaborate rituals were widespread or regional eccentricities. But even in burial mounds, Viking combs and grooming tools are found tucked alongside weapons and jewelry. A statement, perhaps, that death was no reason to look like you'd been caught in a wind tunnel. As the morning slips toward noon, a kind of calm descends. The fire is steady, the hair now glossy and organized, the combs resting on fur-lined benches like instruments after a concert. You sit a little straighter. You feel strangely composed. You catch your reflection in a polished bit of bronze and think, maybe you wouldn't be entirely hopeless here. Until, of course, the pig waddles in, steals someone's beard tie, and bolts out the door. Third time this week, someone mutters. No one panics. They simply sigh, gather their combs, and prepare for whatever the pig has planned next. The scent hits you before the bowl is even passed to your side. Sharp, smoky, with a faint suggestion of something herbal and slightly unpleasant. A young woman, her sleeves rolled and her hands already dyed from ash, grins as she sets a lumpy gray paste on the bench next to you. "Shampoo," she says. "The good batch, made yesterday, still warm if you stir it." This is your first introduction to Viking shampoo, though perhaps soap is the better term. In the Norse world, shampoo isn't so much a bottle with coconut-scented foam, as it is a deeply involved brew of wood ash, water, and animal fat, mixed together over days, sometimes weeks, until it thickens into a strange, caustic gray gel. that smells like burnt soup and defiance. You dip a finger into the bowl. It's soft, gritty, and leaves a tingling film on your skin. That would be the lye, a powerful cleaning agent that comes from leaching rainwater through ash. It strips oil, removes lice, and according to one warrior, can scare off bad dreams if you rub it behind your knees. You're not entirely sure that last part is medically supported. Still, the logic holds. Vikings might not have had salons, but they had oil lamps, sweat, battle grime, and wool cloaks that turned every scalp into a potential swamp. Cleanliness wasn't just about comfort. It was about function, ritual, and pride. You watch as a man with shoulder-length blonde hair sits cross-legged while his sister ladles warm water over his scalp. He flinches but stays still. Then she rubs the lye soap into his hair, massaging it slowly, methodically. Steam rises as it's rinsed out, leaving behind a scent of smoldering birch and something faintly medicinal. He shakes his head, water flying. His braids are undone. His hair is wild, but it shines like fresh straw under the firelight. Next to him, an older woman prepares her own mix, this one enriched with crushed juniper berries and dried seaweed. Makes it silky, she claims, also keeps bugs confused. You silently decide to take her word for it, for those too sensitive for the full soap. There's a gentler rinse made from dried nettles and mint soaked in mead. Yes, mead. The alcohol supposedly helps dissolve buildup and leaves your hair smelling like a polite tavern. Of course, everyone here has their own version of the ultimate cleansing recipe. One man insists it's duck grease and ash. Another swears by fermented barley paste. Yet another uses goat milk steeped with crushed oyster shells. It softens the tangles, he says, while his goat peers in from outside with a concerned expression. You're handed your own portion of the good batch and ushered toward the water basin. It's lukewarm, cloudy with use, but somehow still inviting. A girl passes you a cloth to tuck over your shoulders and says, "Don't worry, it only stings a little at first. You lather, you rinse, you sting. But then, you feel amazing, somehow lighter, sharper, as though your scalp has been whispering, 'Thank you,' in Old Norse. There's even a grooming chant, a soft, rhythmic recitation of syllables hummed in time with the rinsing. Ash to root, wind to braid, let no troll and tangles stay. Everyone knows it. Even the pig hums along, or possibly grunts in rhythm. Hard to tell. You sit near the fire afterward, towel draped over your shoulders. As your hair dries into gentle waves you didn't know you had. A passing elder gives you a nod of approval. You try not to beam with pride. Historians still debate whether Vikings used lye soap routinely or reserved it for special occasions. Feasts, court days, battles. What's clear is that they made it. They used it, and they passed recipes down with the same reverence they gave to fishing knots and burial songs. In fact, some rune stones mention ingredients believed to be used in cleansing rituals. One refers to the smoke of bone water, another to the black foam that purifies. Whether these were metaphor or instructions is anyone's guess. But in this moment, you feel like you've joined a tradition older than most empires. The fire crackles. Someone adds a pine cone. For scent, for luck, possibly both. You watch your reflection shimmer in the water bowl. Clean hair, clear skin, and just enough ash behind the ears to make a historian nod approvingly. Not bad, you think? Not bad at all. The wind outside is picking up, carrying flakes of snow that whip through the cracks in the door like curious ghosts. But inside the longhouse, it's all hands in braids. The fire glows brighter now, lighting up a semicircle of seated warriors, each with their head bent, strands of hair looped and twisted into patterns you've only seen in museum dioramas and overly ambitious cosplay tutorials. You're watching the ancient and oddly soothing art of Viking braidwork, not just for beauty, but for battle. A young warrior sits before you now. Thick auburn hair sectioned into tight ridges along his scalp. His sister works in silence, fingers flying, tucking in strips of dyed wool and tiny bronze beads between the folds. The effect is both fierce and elegant, like a war banner made personal. She finishes with a final knot and says, "Now he'll fight clean," which doesn't mean he won't get bloodied. It means his hair won't fall into his eyes when he swings an axe. Function, you realize, is everything. These braids keep hair out of helmets, keep sweat from blinding eyes, and help manage the mess of fur-lined collars and iron gorgets. But there's more. There's meaning in every strand. You learn that braid styles can signal clan allegiance, battlefield experience, or family grief. One woman's side braid is wrapped in black thread. "My cousin died last frost," she says quietly. This tells others not to ask unless they have good firewood and better soup. Another man's braids are marked with knot patterns associated with the sea. His father was a sailor. He carries the pattern forward with salt-sprinkled reverence. You see a third warrior wearing a single braid coiled behind the ear, secured with an iron ring, a mark of someone who's taken an oath and intends to survive it. Not all braids are for solemnity. Some are just plain intimidating. One man has tied small bones, rat, rabbit, you hope, into his beard. Another has shaved the sides of his head and braided what remains into a tight rope of hair so thick it doubles as a handle. You ask if anyone's ever used it in battle. He grins. Only once. He never tried that again. Children are practicing too. A girl not older than 10 is braiding her younger brother's shaggy locks. Every time she gets a twist right, she yells, "Shield Maiden level up," and makes a horn-blowing noise. Her mother, nearby, pretends not to smile. You're handed a comb and a strip of cloth soaked in something that smells like tree bark and vinegar. It's to bind the braid's end. "Keeps it tight in weather," says the woman assisting you. Also tastes terrible, so no one chews it. Your hair is sectioned, pulled gently, woven. The feeling is oddly meditative, a slow dance of scalp and tension. Every tug feels purposeful, every twist like a story being told in silence. Across from you, another ritual is unfolding, the battle knot binding. Two warriors sit back to back, each braiding the other's hair with ceremonial slowness. At the end, they tie the final strands together and let them sit for 12 breaths before untying. It's not about appearance. It's about trust. One man shares a tale of a warrior who braided his hair so tightly before battle that when he fell, it kept his head intact. Whether or not the story is true, you nod solemnly. It feels like it should be. There's a lull as braids are finished, beads tightened, ends singed with a coal to seal them. Someone passes around hair salve, a blend of goat tallow, birch sap, and something minty. Keeps the braids from drying out, you're told. Also makes hugging slightly more complicated. Historians still debate the extent to which Norse warriors stylized their hair for combat versus ceremony. Some argue that the sagas exaggerate. Others point to the combs found in nearly every burial site, finely made, well used, and stored with care. One researcher suggested that braiding was as much a ritual of preparation as donning armor or sharpening blades. You believe it now. There's something powerful in this, something grounding. You sit straighter. You feel ready, not for battle, just for the weight of your own hair being seen, tended, respected. A fire crackles. Someone braids a daisy into a beard. The pig has fallen asleep next to someone's braid kit. All feels right with the world. You close your eyes for a moment and feel the braid hang like a tether to the ground beneath your feet. Even if the wind howls again, even if the combs vanish, you'll know this pattern. By touch, by heart, by memory. The air smells like roasted onions and warm wool, which can only mean one thing: lunch. But you're not heading to a meal just yet. You're being led to a bench near the hearth, where two older men are already seated, locked in a quiet, unspoken contest. Their weapons, beards, or more precisely, epic, aggressively maintained beards that shimmer in the firelight like braided rope dipped in honey. Meet Bjarni the Bold and Bjorn the not-so-bold but very conditioned. Two veterans of countless raids and countless more hours of grooming. Their feud is the stuff of legend here. And no, it wasn't over land or love or stolen mead. It was over beard oil. You're told the story, in hushed tones, by a child passing you a comb carved with both their names and a goat in between. Neutral party. It goes something like this. Years ago, both men returned from the same longship raid and were celebrated for their bravery. Bjarni came back with a beard so wind-whipped and rugged that it inspired 3 songs and a moderately famous tapestry. Bjorn returned with a beard so glossy and symmetrical that several women fainted on the spot, and a goose allegedly bowed to him. The village split in admiration. Camps formed. Some swore by Bjarni's raw, untamed approach, claiming that true power lived in the tangle. Others pledged loyalty to Bjorn's meticulous style, insisting that symmetry scared off frost giants. Since then, the two have sat side by side every week, combing their beards with increasing extravagance. Today, Bjarni is working in a bit of soot for texture. Bjorn, meanwhile, is sprinkling dried rose petals into his braid. The competition is gentle, oddly theatrical, and strangely moving. They never speak directly. They just raise eyebrows and flick their combs with flair. You're offered the chance to assist. One of them, you're not sure which, hands you a small pot labeled victory paste. It smells like pine resin, garlic, and unearned confidence. You dab a little behind your ears and feel 10% more dramatic. Each man keeps a beard journal, written on thin strips of birch bark. Bjarni's entries are brief. Things like, wind tamed, frost bent, it curled left, I followed. Bjorn's are longer, almost poetic. Today, the beard mirrored the fjord, smooth, reflective, slightly fishy. You watch as they each prepare their contest braids, twisting their beards into complex loops and patterns, some borrowed from knotwork used in ship rigging. It's not for battle, It's for each other, for the performance. The audience? Everyone and no one. The point is to care that much, even when no one's scoring. Someone tells you that this feud once ended briefly when the pig accidentally ate both their beard beads. They were forced to wear matching straw ties for a week. Peace blossomed briefly. Then Bjorn got a new comb made of walrus ivory, and Bjarni responded by crafting a beard ring from melted sword hilts. Historians might raise an eyebrow at all this. Some insist it's unlikely Viking warriors invested this much in facial hair rivalry, but others note that combs and beard tools are among the most common finds in Norse graves, even among warriors, carved with love, carried into battle, packed for the afterlife. The story of Bjarni and Bjorn may not appear in the sagas, but in this longhouse, it lives in every smirk, every strand, every glint of oil under firelight. You ask which of them is winning. Someone replies, "They are." Both men sit back at the same time, their beards freshly arranged, their expressions serene. They nod, not to each other, but to the room, as if to say, the work is done, the greatness maintained. Then, without a word, they begin the lunchbeard ritual, wrapping their lower faces in linen cloths to protect their masterpieces from soup splatter. Dignity is everything, even with turnip stew. You join them. Your braid still hangs neatly. Your scalp still tingles faintly from the soap. Your fingers smell like pine and rose water and something ambiguously fermented. You may never be Bjarni or Bjorn, but today, at least, you combed your hair like it mattered, and that's enough. Lunch has long since passed. The stew is gone. The pig is napping, and the longhouse hums with the soft clatter of combs being cleaned, folded cloths being tucked away, and the occasional sneeze from someone who inhaled too much ash-flavored beard oil. You sit by the hearth again, warm and full, when a hush falls over the room. Not the kind of silence that demands attention, but the kind that settles when something meaningful is about to begin. It's time for the hair oaths. You're told this is a winter tradition, quiet, intimate, and not for show. A moment where warriors, lovers, and sometimes even prank-happy siblings sit together, tend to each other's hair, and speak words meant to stick like sap in a pine knot. The hearth is cleared, and a circle forms. The air smells of braided wool and smoke-dried herbs. You're invited to join, not to speak right away, but to listen. You take your seat between a shield maiden with a braid shaped like a serpent and a man threading a bead the size of a walnut into his cousin's beard. The first oath is spoken as a lock of hair is smoothed with bear oil. I swear not to speak of your worst idea, as long as you don't repeat it. Everyone nods. A solid start. Another voice chimes in as fingers gently separate a long strand of pale hair. I promise to share my fire, even if your boots are wet and you've eaten the last onion. Then a louder, younger voice. I swear to fight by your side, unless you make that fish soup again. The room chuckles. You notice that every oath is sealed, not with blood or flame, but with a hair gesture, a braid, a tie, a trimming. One man snips an inch of his beard and offers it to his brother, who weaves it into his own braid. You blink. That's intense. You're told about a rare but serious rite called the three-strand vow, where three people braid one long cord of hair from their combined locks and wear it tucked beneath their tunics for a full season. It represents a bond that cannot be broken, not even if one of them forgets whose turn it is to feed the goat. You ask if you can offer a hair oath yourself. An elder nods. Your hands feel clumsy, but someone gently places a comb in them. You reach over, gently smooth a lock of the shield maiden's hair, and whisper, "I promise to learn your ways, even if I never get all the knots out." She smiles. You've passed the test. As the oaths wind down, a woman brings out a pouch filled with storm beads. Tiny, mismatched charms made of clay, bone, and sea glass. These are added to braids as reminders of promises made. "This one," she says, tying a green bead into her brother's hair, "is for the time I forgave you before you apologized." You receive one too, a pale wooden bead with a single groove carved into its edge, to remember to laugh when your hair looks ridiculous. The boy who gives it to you says, "He's not wrong." Your side braid is aggressively asymmetrical. Not all oaths are spoken aloud. Some are whispered into combs and left in hidden nooks of the longhouse. Others are traced in braids and then undone, with only the braid having heard. Historians still debate the significance of hair in Norse vow-making. While sagas occasionally mention warriors cutting locks before a journey or braiding hair before battle, few agree on how widespread these customs were. But in this longhouse, it's clear. Hair is memory. Hair is a promise. As the fire dims and the oaths are finished, you hear the soft scraping of a comb placed in a wooden box. "These are the oath combs," someone says. "They're only used today, once a year." You glance inside and see combs of every kind. Simple, carved, broken, polished. Some still carry a few strands of hair. One even has a rune etched along the spine. Remember without needing to remember. The longhouse settles. Someone hums. The pig snores, curled beside the oath box. You lie back, your hair still warm from hands that respected it, tied with a promise that now lives in a single bead. You won't forget, even if the braid is gone by morning. Morning comes again, softer this time. A fine mist clings to the edges of the longhouse, and the usual bustle of boots and firewood is muted, as if even the warriors are content to move just a little slower today. You're invited to help with the day's quiet task, polishing the grooming tools. A low table has been cleared and set with bundles of cloth, little pots of oil, and a surprisingly vast collection of combs, shears, and beard sheaths. Yes, beard sheaths. It seems Viking warriors didn't just braid their beards. They sometimes wrapped them in protective covers to keep them clean during battle or to impress at court gatherings. Nothing says respect me like a leather cone strapped to your chin. You pick up a comb from the pile. It's heavy in the hand, carved from bone, with teeth worn smooth by decades of use. A small notch at the top indicates its owner once cracked it while cleaning blood, likely their own, from a mat of hair. The initials burned into the handle read OT, and someone near you mutters, "Olaf the Tardy, always late, never dirty." There's pride in these tools. Each comb is unique, some carved from ivory, others from horn or wood, and a few from whalebone, shimmering faintly in the firelight. You run your fingers along one with delicate floral etching, surprised by the softness of the details. "Wedding comb," a woman says, nodding at your hand. given to the bride to keep her thoughts straight. Didn't work, but she was never blamed. You learn that some shears have names, tiny blades with ceremonial purposes, used only on feast days or before a thing, the Viking court assembly. One pair is etched with knotwork and wolf heads. Another, oddly enough, is shaped like a fish. The trout snippers. Their owner says proudly, very sharp, very judgmental. You're invited to oil the blades. The process is precise. Dip the cloth in a little seal fat. Warm it between your hands. Then run it along the blade while humming a short rhyme about keeping your hair above your shoulders, not scattered on the floor of Valhalla. As you work, someone pulls out a chest of beard sheaths, small tubes or pouches made from linen, leather, or occasionally wood. They're decorated with embroidery, runes, even bits of dyed fur. You watch as a boy carefully threads his uncle's beard through one, braiding the end and sliding it into the sheath like tucking a banner into its holster. Not everyone used them, but among those who did, the beard sheath became a mark of carefulness, pride, or personal ritual. In one tale, a warrior refused to draw his sword until his beard sheath was tied just right, so his beard wouldn't judge his swing. He survived that battle, and yes, the beard was tied immaculately. Nearby, a woman repairs a broken comb with a sliver of pine and a needle made from fishbone. Tools break, she says, but hands remember. You help her stitch the base with thread soaked in beeswax, and somehow it holds. She hands the comb to her son. Treat it like a sword, she tells him, but for your face. Historians have marveled at the number of combs recovered from Viking graves, many placed in pouches or worn on belts. Some suggest they were as essential as weapons, indicators of status, health, or self-discipline. Others believe they were simply practical tools. But in this longhouse, the answer is simple. They're sacred in their own quiet way. You clean another comb, this one stained at the tip, worn nearly to a nub. Someone tells you it belonged to a man who used it so often. He forgot how to hold a spear with both hands. You smile. That sounds like a man with glorious hair and no regrets. Once all the tools are polished, they're placed on a folded wool cloth and returned to their owners. A small ceremony follows. Each person holds their comb to their forehead for a heartbeat, then tucks it into a leather pouch or hangs it from their belt. One man, seeing you without a pouch of your own, passes you a small cloth bundle. Inside is a simple horn comb, plain but balanced, the teeth smooth from use. No comb goes unused, he says. Now it remembers you. You run your fingers along the edge and feel a weight you didn't know you were carrying ease slightly. It's not a sword. It's not a shield. But it's yours. And somehow, that's enough. The snow is falling again. But today it feels gentler, like flowers shaken from the sky. You pull your cloak tighter and follow a trail of boot prints toward the fire pit, where something unusual is happening. Two men are seated on stumps, heads bowed as a third carefully applies a yellowish paste to their hair with a brush made of straw. A faint, almost sweet odor wafts through the air, faintly sour, faintly eggs, bleaching day. Someone murmurs behind you. They're going blonde. Wait, what? You're ushered closer, and it's explained. Some Vikings, particularly in the southern regions or higher status groups, lighten their hair intentionally, not just for appearance, though blonde hair was definitely admired, but also, some say, to signal purity, youth, or divine favor. The bleach is homemade, of course, a mixture of wood ash, fermented urine, crushed eggshells, and herbs. Yes, urine. You try not to gag as a woman cheerfully stirs a clay bowl of the yellowish concoction and pats the shoulder of the next person in line. "You'll smell like destiny," she says. One of the bleach seekers, a brawny man with a jawline like a glacier, explains that he does this every few weeks in winter. Harder to find sunlight this time of year. He shrugs. "So we bring the light ourselves." He lifts a lock of already pale hair. "Whiter it gets, luckier I am." You ask if it actually works. "It does," he replies. "Last year, I only fell through one frozen river. There's a long bench where others sit with their paste drying. Some wrap their heads in warm cloth, while others lean toward the fire, careful not to get too close. One man sits with a goose perched on his shoulder. Emotional support animal," he says, deadpan. You're offered a sample. You sniff it. You decline. Still, you can't deny the results. You watch as someone rinses their hair after the process and emerges with strands nearly silver under the pale sun. It shines. They beam. Others go more subtle. A streak here, a patch there. Some just do the tips. "Keeps the shadow spirits from grabbing me," one says, wiggling his fingers near his temple. You nod solemnly. No one wants grabby spirits. You ask whether the practice is gendered. The answer, not particularly. Men, women, children, all bleach for different reasons. One elderly woman lifts her bonnet to show a perfectly white patch at the crown of her head. "So my ancestors can spot me in a crowd," she says with a wink. Then come the debates. A cluster gathers near the edge of the village to discuss the deeper meanings. Some argue the bleach was a class marker, that only those with time and resources bothered. Others claim it was about ritual purification, burning away the old self before a new season. A few scoff and say it was purely cosmetic. Vanity with a good backstory. Historians still argue, too. Some point to medieval texts noting that Norsemen were notably fair, but debate whether that was natural or achieved. There's even evidence that bleaching might have served a secondary purpose, delousing. Turns out, lye, urine, and ash aren't great for bugs, but great for dramatic flair. One particularly bold man shows you a lock of hair he's saved from his first ever bleaching. It's preserved in beeswax, kept in a bone locket, and worn around his neck. "My old self," he explains, "dumb as moss, but still mine." As the ritual wraps, the leftovers are poured into the fire, a sizzling, smelly farewell to the past. Steam rises. A goat sneezes. Someone starts a song, not a saga, but a simple chant. Yellow hair, wild glare, frost and ash and fight and care. You hum along. The participants, now glowing faintly in the firelight, begin drying their hair with cloths. Some style it into high braids. Others let it fall loose. Everyone seems lighter, somehow, like they've stepped a little closer to the sun without waiting for spring. Before returning to the longhouse, you notice one woman rubbing the remaining bleach mixture on a wooden comb. "It remembers," she says, "and next time It'll know where to go. You step inside again, the warmth hitting your cheeks, your scalp still tingling from secondhand confidence. You didn't bleach your hair today, but a little part of you wonders, maybe next time. The longhouse is busier than usual today. Benches are dragged into neat rows, furs shaken out and laid flat, and someone's trying, unsuccessfully, to hang a shield on a rafter for decoration. You're told preparations are underway for the thing, the Viking assembly, where disputes are settled, alliances proposed, and insults aired publicly with just enough flair to remain mostly dignified. But you're not here for politics. Not really. You're here to witness something far more riveting. Hair as legal leverage. You watch as a man kneels on a thick rug, carefully grooming his beard while muttering aloud what sounds like a speech. His daughter combs the sides of his head, tightens his braids, then plucks out a small twig. "You're going to court," she says, "not into a tree." You chuckle, but she's serious, because appearance at the thing matters. A lot. In this world, arriving uncombed or disheveled to the thing isn't just sloppy, it's disrespectful. It's read as a signal of arrogance, shame, or even guilt. And to stand in front of the chieftains with your beard undone or your hair falling into your eyes, that's as bad as showing up without your weapon. One elder says, "Hair is your honor, but also your argument." You sit near the hearth with a small crowd as two women braid ribbons into each other's hair, preparing for their family's case to be heard. The colors indicate allegiance: blue for sea clans, green for mountain folk, red for blood ties. One wears all three. She has a lot to say, apparently. Even the children get involved. One girl gently oils her brother's cowlick flat. "The elders don't listen to messy boys," she explains. "They just smile and say, 'You'll grow into your sense.' He hates that." A man tells you a story about a court case where one party braided their beard into the shape of a question mark, a gesture meant to indicate humility and curiosity. He won the dispute. Another had his hair coiled into 7 spirals, each representing a witness he brought to the stand. One of them, allegedly, was a chicken. Historians are still unsure about that one. There's an older tradition called the shame knot, a style worn by someone who has lost a public case or made an offense. It's a top knot twisted sideways, bound with a single rawhide strip. The idea is that your regret should be visible until you make things right. One man tells you he wore his for a month after accusing someone of stealing his goat, only to realize the goat had moved in with another family voluntarily. She liked their onions better, he admits. When the thing officially begins, the longhouse opens its doors and everyone files out. You follow into the pale gray light and across the packed snow to the open-air meeting field. There, a wooden platform stands, modest, but clearly important. Beside it, 3 chairs draped in fur, occupied by the local judges. And below them, a gathering of braids, beads, buns, and top knots that would rival any fashion parade. You see hair shaped into spirals, combs with gold inlay, and at least one head entirely shaved except for a strip down the center, slicked into a ridge with what smells suspiciously like fish fat. A man steps forward, accused of damaging someone's barn. He wears his hair slicked and tied back with a red ribbon, a signal that he intends to offer compensation. The complainant has their braids bound into tight triangles, which apparently symbolizes strong claim and moderate patience. You didn't know hair could carry such nuance. Arguments are heard, jokes made, decisions rendered. One case is dismissed entirely after both parties laugh too hard to continue. The judges nod sagely. Laughter is the best verdict. You spot Bjorn from earlier. Yes, that Bjorn, with his beard looped into a perfect heart shape. He's here as a character witness. His testimony? The man keeps his beard cleaner than the gods' dishes. I trust him. And they do. As the thing wraps, a final ritual begins. The hair bearing. Those involved in disputes remove one braid, unravel it, and burn the ribbon used to bind it. This act symbolizes the airing of grievance and the commitment to leave it behind. The fire crackles as strands fall in, curling like smoke-thin memories. Historians still discuss whether Viking courts were as theatrical as this. Some suggest the hair rituals were more local than widespread, while others believe that hair was just another part of Norse law's intense attention to symbolism and visible intention. But today, you've seen enough to know. When a Viking speaks, their hair speaks too. You walk back to the longhouse as the sun dips behind the hills, casting braids and shadows across the snow. You feel the weight of your own braid again. It isn't a legal statement, but if someone asked where you stood on anything today, you could point to it and say, here, combed, ready, honest. You're watching a man cry as someone cuts his hair. Not because he's hurt, at least not physically, but because the moment is heavy, final, maybe even sacred. Today is one of those rare days when hair isn't about pride or polish. It's about punishment. In the far corner of the village, near a patch of wind-blasted pine trees, a group has gathered in quiet anticipation. A wooden stool sits alone in the center, and beside it, a pair of sharp shears resting on a cloth. You're told this is the site of the hair-cutting sentence, a form of social punishment for those who've broken trust, damaged honor, or otherwise embarrassed themselves in spectacular fashion. The man on the stool, Eric, is being shorn for boasting falsely about a bear fight. Apparently, he claimed to have fought a bear with his bare hands, only for the bear to later be discovered living peaceably in his sister's goat shed, completely unharmed. The village didn't take kindly to being lied to for dramatic effect, unless it's a good lie. Eric's was a bad one. The ritual begins with silence. A woman, his aunt, it turns out, steps forward, combs his hair once from crown to chin, then lifts the shears. She doesn't speak. She doesn't need to. Everyone understands. This is about resetting something. She snips off a single thick braid and lays it across a bowl filled with ash and snow. Eric doesn't flinch, but his shoulders slump just a little, like he's letting go of more than just a hairstyle. Hair, in Viking society, was often linked to honor, identity, and lineage. To lose it, especially in public, was to wear your shame until it grew back. A kind of walking apology, visible to every neighbor and goat who happened to wander by. You glance at others in the crowd. One man has a growing patch of uneven fuzz near his temple. Another wears a simple cap, hiding what's likely a recently shortened head of hair. They nod at Eric as he rises. It's not ridicule. It's solidarity. They've been there. They survived it. He will too. But it wasn't always so gentle. You're told stories, half whispered, about more brutal variants of the practice. In certain warrior groups, especially among elite raiding bands, losing your beard was the worst fate. It signaled failure, dishonor, even cowardice. One tale describes a man who returned from a failed raid and was forcibly shaved. He later exiled himself into the woods for a year until his beard regrew long enough to be seen by the ravens. A little dramatic? Maybe. But in a culture where external presentation mirrored internal strength, it was no small thing. Sometimes, haircutting was used not for punishment, but for marking new roles. One girl in the village recently became an apprentice healer. Her braids were trimmed and tied with white thread, signaling her transition from childhood to learning. Another boy had his bangs shaved clean before leaving to study shipbuilding in a distant fjord. So the wind won't mess up his thoughts, someone jokes. There's even a tradition called the braid undoing, reserved for those returning from long journeys. You're invited to watch one now. A woman stands behind her son, back from 2 winters abroad. His travel braids are stiff with salt and thyme, but she patiently unwinds them one by one, combing out the dust and stories. Each untangled strand seems to loosen whatever weight he carried back. You help gather the fallen strands. Most are burned, some are buried, and one is woven into a small talisman. That's for safe travels, she says, slipping it into his satchel. Historians still wrestle with the specifics of hair as punishment in Viking times. Some sources suggest it was rare. Others imply it was common, especially in disputes involving pride, betrayal, or foolishness. But few disagree on one point. Hair was never just hair. It was a symbol, a signal, a script the body wrote over time. And sometimes, to write a new sentence, you had to erase the old one. That night, you see Eric again, seated quietly by the hearth. His scalp is bare in patches, his mood subdued, but there's a warmth in his eyes. Someone hands him a comb. He takes it, doesn't use it yet, just holds it. The pig waddles over and leans against his leg. Comfort, in its own oinking way. You realize that in this world, hair is not just how you look. It's how you begin again. Snowflakes drift lazily from a pewter-colored sky, clinging to cloaks and eyebrows alike. But you're not watching the weather. You're watching a man unpack a small wooden box that contains, among other things, a pair of shears, 3 combs, a silver flask of oil, and a whetstone. This is Stygander, and he is the village's traveling barber warrior. Yes, that's a thing. He sharpens swords and trims sideburns. He's equal parts groomer and fighter. And in the world of Viking villages, he's a welcome and slightly mythical presence. Not every settlement can maintain its own grooming master. So Stygander wanders, carrying knowledge of regional hair traditions, folk remedies, and at least a dozen different ways to avoid nicking your chin with a dull blade. He arrives once each season, striding into town with a sack of grooming tools slung over one shoulder and a shield strapped to his back, not just for defense, but as a mobile grooming station. His shield is polished on the inside like a mirror, with tiny notches where he rests scissors and pins. You follow him to the longhouse, where a bench is already waiting. One by one, villagers sit for their turn. He works in silence, save for the occasional hum or observation. Too much sap in your braid. He says to a man with twigs stuck behind his ear, "Your mustache wants to leave you." He tells another, flicking a wild strand into submission, "You've been sleeping angry." He murmurs to a boy with a tangled crown, "Braids don't lie. It's not just about style. It's about reading the hair." Stigander has an uncanny gift for sensing mood, energy, even secrets from someone's grooming habits. One woman comes in, tight-lipped, sits quietly for her trim, and leaves blinking back tears. He doesn't press. He just hands her a small braid ring. "For patience," he says. "You sit next." He combs your hair slowly, pauses over a stubborn knot, then says, "Thinking too much, but at least you're not pretending otherwise." You don't even ask how he knows. He works with deft fingers, trimming ends, smoothing oil over your scalp, combing in small circles like he's tuning an instrument. When he finishes, he taps the crown of your head gently. "You're good, for now." Later that afternoon, you watch him craft mustache shields for two elderly warriors, tiny wooden strips that tie above the lip to keep soup from interfering with facial hair. "Every warrior ages," he says, "but no warrior should slurp into his own dignity." In exchange for his services, villagers offer news, food, and stories. One family trades him smoked trout. A child gives him a carved cat made from driftwood. He accepts each gift solemnly, tucks them into his bag, and always returns something small: a strand of braided cord, a bit of wax, or a comb shaped like a bird's beak. One night, he hosts a fireside tutorial for young men about how to maintain beards while traveling. The tips are oddly poetic. Braid before battle. Unbraid after. If the comb breaks, sharpen your nails. You still have tools. A clean beard speaks louder than a bloody boot. They nod, wide-eyed. Someone takes notes with charcoal on a bark strip. He even teaches a quick method for helmet-friendly hair: a flat braid that lies comfortably beneath iron caps and can be untied with one hand. "Useful," he says, "if your other hand is busy holding your insides in." Charming. Historians occasionally mention figures like Stigander, individuals who combine trade, grooming, and mobility. Some were called skegsmidir, beardsmiths. Others were simply wanderers who brought combs instead of coins. But records are sparse, and whether these figures were revered or ridiculed varies wildly. In this village, at least, Stigander is revered. On his last night, he performs one final ritual: the mirroring. Each person stands before his polished shield, combs in hand, and speaks a single word aloud. One man says strength, a woman says forgiveness, a child says carrots. The shield reflects all without judgment. You approach, comb in hand. Your reflection stares back, tired, maybe, but clearer. You say stillness. Stigander nods. Good word, rare word. Then, just like that, he packs his tools, tucks his shears into his boots, and disappears into the snowy dark, his shield gleaming faintly with the last embers of the hearth. You sit quietly afterward, combing your hair with slower, more intentional strokes. He didn't change your life. He just reminded you how to hold the part that frames it. There's a sudden flurry of movement in the longhouse, but not the kind that involves shields or shouting. Instead, it's softer, faster, like the sound of parchment rustling and someone trying to hide a smile. Love is in the air. And where there is love, in this village at least, there is hair. You're witnessing the quiet, awkward choreography of Viking courtship, and it involves significantly more lint than you expected. A young man is kneeling near the hearth, carefully plucking strands of wool from his tunic and smoothing his braid. His hair has been freshly oiled and tied with a red ribbon, dyed with crushed berries, not just for color, but because red makes your intentions show through your eyebrows. According to a nearby elder, he's not alone. Across the room, a woman adjusts the position of her braid for the third time, rethreading a tiny bead near the temple. A message, you're told, that reads, "I see you, but I'm not sure I forgive that thing you said about my stew last week." Hair, here, is not just for battle or ritual. It's a kind of language, especially in matters of the heart. One tradition you're shown is the love lock token. A suitor cuts a small piece of their own hair, just a few strands, and wraps it in linen alongside a sprig of sweetgrass or rosemary. It's tied with a bit of thread and placed somewhere unexpected for the other person to find, tucked in a boot, hidden under a mug, or, in one case, strapped to the back of a goat. If the token is worn or braided into the recipient's hair, it's considered an acceptance, an invitation to talk more, walk together, or sit close by during long evenings. If it's returned, the suitor gets the message, and occasionally some leftover stew as consolation. You're shown a drawer filled with old hair tokens, saved across decades. Some are still faintly fragrant, others are crisp and forgotten. One is burned at the edges. That was from a man who loved too many women and tried the same braid on all of them, someone says, shaking their head. Romantic grooming also includes the quiet comb exchange, where two people agree to swap combs for a night, not to use them, just to hold them, to smell the worn grip, to imagine the other person's hair sliding through the teeth. If the combs are returned wrapped in wool, it means, "I think of you when the wind howls." You ask if anyone ever brushes each other's hair in public. A chorus of heads shake. Too forward, someone whispers. That's marriage behavior. Apparently, hair touching is deeply intimate, reserved for rituals, oaths, or long partnerships built on more than one good joke and a mutual dislike of the village eel stew. But hair is still used in flirtation, subtly. A warrior might leave one braid intentionally loose, letting it fall near their eye during a feast. A woman might twist her locks behind her ears 3 times when speaking with someone she fancies. One person tells you, if they touch their braid and then scratch their nose, they probably want to kiss you or borrow your boots. Sometimes both. You sit down next to a couple, quietly weaving a shared braid. A thin, symbolic strand that begins in her hair, stretches across their joined hands, and ends in his. It's not about holding tight. It's about knowing how much tension the braid can take before it unravels. Historians often overlook Viking romance, imagining only raids and revenge, but archaeological evidence has revealed keepsakes made from woven hair, sometimes encased in amber, bone, or even etched into rings. Some believe these were gifts exchanged before long voyages, promises tucked into pockets. You learn of a rare practice called the parting plait, a braid worn by someone whose partner has gone to sea. The braid is never cut, never combed, only retied and reoiled as needed. It stays until the partner returns, or doesn't, in which case, it is unbraided at sea and released into the waves with a whisper. You feel your own braid again, slightly crooked, still holding the bead someone gave you days ago. Suddenly, it feels heavier. At dusk, a final love ritual begins. The lint gathering. Two people sit side by side and remove lint and hay from each other's cloaks. It's an act of care, affection, and quiet companionship. No teasing, no words, just fingers pulling bits of the day from the fabric of one another's life. You sit nearby, watching, listening. A woman finds a burr stuck in her partner's braid and removes it with a smile that says everything she doesn't. Love, in this village, is not shouted. It's combed, braided, shared in silence and wool. This morning, everything is going wrong. Not catastrophically. No wolves, no floods, no surprise taxes. But there's been a sudden drop in temperature. The pig has chewed through someone's shoelaces again, and several warriors are stomping around the longhouse in various states of hair-based frustration. The culprit: helmets, the thick, sweaty, helmet-crushing, braid-mangling reality of Viking headgear. Today is a training day for some of the younger fighters, and as they strap on their iron and leather helms, they quickly realize all that careful grooming, it's about to be destroyed. You watch as one warrior, freshly plaited into a triple braid style nicknamed the Shield of Sadness, winces as his helmet squashes his work flat. Another man tugs his beard out from under a chin strap with a noise that sounds like a goose being gently stepped on. Why do we even bother? Someone groans, removing their helmet and revealing a lopsided imprint of a decorative rivet stamped right across their forehead. Still, the grooming doesn't stop. It just adapts. A senior warrior steps forward, older, bearded, and entirely unbothered. His name is Schooley, and he's known for having both the finest helmet hair management system in the district and a scar shaped like a lightning bolt from when a fish once bit him. But that's another story. Schooley demonstrates the art of combat braiding, a series of hairstyles designed to survive even the most stubborn helm. They include the snake coil, a flat braid coiled tight at the nape of the neck; the axe loop, two side braids tucked under the helmet rim and pinned with bone toggles; the silent raven, a half-up, half-down knot meant to trick enemies into underestimating you. You try the snake coil. It takes 3 attempts and a lot of muttered apologies to your scalp, but you manage it. Your reward? A thumbs up from Schooley and a nod of approval from the pig, who's now wearing someone's helmet backwards. Even with these tricks, though, helmets still cause issues. Beards get sweaty and matted, especially when tucked into gorgets or collars. That's why warriors often carry small beard knives, not for cutting, but for lifting and fluffing post-battle. One man tells you he once stopped mid-fight just to detangle his mustache. Nearly lost a finger. Worth it. To counteract helmet havoc, the Longhouse has developed a pre-battle grooming station near the door. Before any skirmish or hunt, warriors line up for quick oiling to prevent helmet friction, braid tightening, usually by the fastest fingers in the village. Today, that's a girl named Irsa who can replat a side braid in 12 seconds. Combat sprigs, herbs tucked behind the ear or into the braid to keep the head clear or ward off helmet headaches. You're handed a sprig of dried mint and a small pin carved with a wolf's head. Tuck it near the temple, someone says. Makes you look alert, even when you're not. Once the helmets are on, everyone stomps outside for drills, marching, shield work, the usual heroic crashing and shouting. But all you can think about is how much hair is currently flattened, compressed, and probably inventing new angles of suffering beneath those iron domes. Later, when the drills end and helmets are peeled off like stubborn turtle shells, the damage is assessed. One man's braid has become a single, sad knot. Another has a sweat curl so perfect it could be bottled and sold as essence of regret. A woman pulls off her helm, shakes her head, and reveals a braid that somehow improved in battle. No one dares ask how. The post-helmet rituals begin immediately. Steam towels are brought out to rehydrate the scalp. Comb relays begin, where villagers help each other untangle and rebraid before supper. One particularly dedicated boy begins chanting to his beard, as though apologizing to it. You take part? Helping someone remove an unfortunate chunk of fur that fused to their braid under heat and pressure. They thank you with a stale piece of fish bread. It's the Viking way. Historians rarely document the small, daily frustrations of ancient life, especially something as unglamorous as helmet hair. But evidence from burial sites shows that grooming tools were often stored with helmets, not separately, suggesting warriors anticipated the aftermath. It's oddly comforting to know that even in a world of axe duels and blizzards, someone still once said, "This helmet makes my braid itch," and was immediately understood. That night, the longhouse smells of lavender oil and sheep butter as the combing continues late into the evening. The pig has now stolen a third helmet and is sleeping under it, snoring contentedly. You lie down with your own braid smoothed, realigned, and once again mint-scented. No one said this life was glamorous, but you'd never trade the feeling of unbuckling a helmet, shaking out your hair, and knowing someone will be there to help you braid it back into place. The wind howls tonight, not loud and angry, but long and low, like the sound of something ancient pacing just beyond the trees. You lie awake, listening, but you're not the only one. The fire is still burning low in the longhouse, casting long shadows that seem to move a beat slower than they should. And the air, it carries the faintest smell of moss, wet fur, and something else, ash. You're told that tonight is Hair Watch night, a time when the villagers honor the ghosts of the uncombed. Yes, you heard that right. These aren't your typical spirits. No clanking chains or moaning specters. These are the restless dead who were buried with tangled hair, unfinished braids, or untrimmed beards. According to legend, if a soul leaves the world looking unkempt, it wanders, unable to find its place in the next one. So tonight, the village gathers not to fight, feast, or even comb, but to listen. It begins with silence. No one speaks above a whisper. Tools are packed away. Mirrors are covered. Hair is left loose, unbraided, unbound, free to move with the firelight. It's a gesture of solidarity with the lost ones, a way of saying, "You're not alone." You sit with the others around the hearth as an elder begins to chant in a slow, rhythmic voice. It's not a song exactly, more like a list. Names, fragments, maybe even memories. Unbraided Hella, lost in the fog. Knut of the crooked fringe. The boy with comb in pocket, never used. Each name is followed by a pause, during which everyone touches their own hair, gently, reverently. Some close their eyes, others stare into the flame. Then the stories begin. One woman recounts how her grandfather refused to comb his beard after his brother died, saying the grief was too tangled. When he passed, she trimmed his beard herself, thread by thread, and buried the comb with him. He hasn't visited since, she says with a smile. That's a good sign. Another man tells of his mother, whose final wish was to have her hair oiled and pinned with spruce needles. The family couldn't find the pins in time. The wind outside howled for weeks. We pinned a wreath to the barn door, he adds. It stopped. Children sit wide-eyed, listening. Some hug their combs close. One boy clutches a small braid of wool, whispering, "You're brushed now. You're brushed now." It's unclear who he's talking to, but no one interrupts. You're handed a small dish of embers and birch bark. On the bark, you write the name of someone. Not a real ghost, perhaps, but someone whose hair you imagine never got the care it needed. You write the warrior who fell mid-comb and place the bark gently into the fire. It flares briefly, then fades. Then comes the ghost combing. Each person takes a turn miming the act of combing someone else's hair without touching anyone. It's done in the air, slow and careful. A gesture meant to soothe unseen strands, to remind wandering spirits that they are still worthy of gentleness. You try it. Your hand moves in smooth, slow arcs, as though following the shape of a memory you never had. Someone nearby begins humming a lullaby. Comb the winds, comb the frost. Tangle not what time has lost. Knot and braid, sleep and song. Wander not where you don't belong. It's barely above a whisper, but soon others join. The longhouse becomes a cradle of quiet sound, part prayer, part promise. Historians might struggle with this one. There are only faint traces in sagas. Lines like, "She combed his hair, though he was already gone," or "The dead man's beard tangled the sails." Some scholars see these as metaphors. Others, listening to stories like these, wonder. What is clear is that, in this world, hair is memory made physical. To leave it untended is to risk forgetting or being forgotten. Before bed, one final act is performed, the tethering. A single hair from each villager is placed in a clay bowl. They're mixed together with oil, then gently burned in a quiet ceremony. The idea? To tie the living and the dead together, just for tonight, in warmth and care. You add your strand. The flame crackles softly. The wind pauses at the window, listening. You settle into your furs, hair loose, no comb in sight. And as your eyes close, you wonder if any ghost watches tonight. Maybe they smile. Maybe their braid straightens in the dark. Maybe they remember what it feels like to be brushed one last time. Snow is falling again, but softer now, lazy, meandering flakes that drift down without urgency, as if even the sky has started to feel sleepy. Inside the longhouse, things are unusually still. The usual clatter of combs, the rustle of wool, even the pig's occasional snort, all hushed. Today is different. Today is farewell braiding. There's a body in the center of the longhouse, wrapped in layers of cloth, resting on a raised bed of pine branches and sheep wool. The face is serene, the eyes are closed, and around the body, villagers move with reverence, not to speak, not to cry, but to comb. This is the final grooming. A woman kneels at the head and gently smooths the forehead. "He always wanted his part on the left," she whispers. Someone else chuckles softly. "He changed it every other season." A third person begins working through the hair with a carved ivory comb, untangling strands with infinite patience. The comb is passed hand to hand, each person taking a turn, each stroke a memory, a prayer, a promise to carry something forward. In Viking tradition, preparing the dead was as much about honor as the funeral pyre itself. You couldn't send someone into the next world looking like they'd been caught in a snowstorm unbrushed. Hair was cleaned, braided, decorated. Sometimes, warriors were buried with combs tucked into their hands. Sometimes, they were burned with their beard sheaths in place, so their spirits wouldn't arrive frizzed and frantic. As one elder puts it, "You're invited to help." A quiet gesture from a woman nearby, and you kneel, taking the comb. You work slowly, smoothing a single lock of hair and tucking it behind the ear. It's still warm from the firelit room. You murmur something without realizing what it is. It doesn't matter. The comb knows. Once the hair is set, the braid ritual begins. 4 strands are chosen from the scalp, 2 on each side, and braided together into a single long cord. This is known as the journey braid, meant to carry the soul's memory across the threshold. Into the braid, villagers tie small tokens: a sprig of dried lavender, a silver thread, a fishbone, a bead carved with initials. You recognize your own bead, the one someone gave you days ago. You tie it near the end of the braid, your fingers trembling only slightly. Then comes the beard binding. If the deceased wore a beard, it is combed, oiled, and tied with a final braid. For those who didn't, a symbolic cord is placed across the chest, representing all the untangled thoughts they've left behind. A fire is lit outside, the farewell flame. Not yet the pyre. Just a way to let the wind know something important is happening. Smoke rises. It smells like pine resin, soap ash, and seaweed oil. You stand in a circle around the body as the braid is touched one last time by every hand present. Some press their palm against it. Others rest their cheek. One child simply waves at it and says, "Bye-bye. Don't forget your comb." Historians sometimes gloss over the domestic details of Viking funerary practice. They speak of ships and swords, of stones and fire. But the small things, the oiled hair, the smoothed brow, the braid lined with memory, those are what linger. The body is carried out in silence, save for the wind brushing gently against your cheek, like a comb's final pass through hair that will not grow again. That night, the longhouse smells faintly of herbs and smoke. You lie down beside your comb, freshly polished, now quiet. You think of every braid you've seen, every strand pulled into shape, every beard coiled into pride, every ribbon tied to love, or anger, or mourning. And you realize something. Hair, in this strange winter world, was never just hair. It was story. It was oath. It was goodbye. Now the fire burns low, and the combs are back in their pouches. No more braids tonight. No more oil, or ribbon, or whispered oaths behind the ear. Just stillness. You lie back under your fur blanket, the pig breathing softly beside you, the longhouse creaking with the sound of timbers settling in sleep. Outside, the wind brushes against the roof, gentle now, Not howling, not biting, just brushing. Like fingers smoothing hair before bed. Your own braid rests against your neck. Cool and silent. You can feel the weight of it. Not heavy, just present. A memory of the day, of every gesture and hand that helped shape it. Someone snores faintly. Someone else murmurs a dream. You stare at the ceiling and imagine the braids in the rafters, the ones no longer worn, but woven into the wood by time. The invisible stories that float above you like strands of smoke, curling gently toward rest, and as your eyes drift closed, you realize you've been part of something bigger than hygiene or style. You've learned to comb with care, to braid with memory, to rest with reverence. So sleep now. Let the knots undo. Let the strands float. Let the wind carry them wherever they're meant to go. Good night, little braid. Sleep well. The Viking who accidentally founded medieval Dublin. We're drifting gently back in time, through the fog, past the screaming gulls and the smell of seaweed-soaked wool, to a moment where one man's nap changed history. Not with a sword or a crown or a speech, but with a yawn, a goat, and a rather unintentional detour. You open your eyes to silence and the smell of warm hay. That's odd. There should be shouting, stomping, the clink of swords, and someone already regretting breakfast. Instead, you're alone, stretched out in the low hold of a longship, an empty longship. The others are gone. You sit up slowly, blinking at the strip of sunlight slashing across the deck. Your cloak is damp from dew. Your hair smells like dried cod. And your goat is chewing a boot that may or may not still belong to someone named Rolf. You, dear Viking, have overslept your raid. Your crew departed at dawn, quietly, for once, because no one wanted to deal with your pre-battle pep talk again. You muttered something about destiny in your sleep and rolled over, clutching the goat. It happens. So now, it's just you, the boat, and some leftover turnip bread that somehow got flatter overnight. You stretch, yawn, and consider paddling after them. But the oars are half frozen, and your goat has curled up in the only dry spot. Also, if you're honest, you weren't that excited about this raid anyway. Too much running. Not enough sitting. Instead, you tug on your boots. Toss the goat a piece of the bread, which it declines with an offended bleat, and settle in. Maybe you'll sail after them, or maybe you'll just drift a while. And so you do. The wind catches the sail like it's bored of staying still. The tide shifts, the rope creaks, and the boat slips out into the Irish Sea like a story that hasn't decided what genre it wants to be. You don't steer. You snack on cheese. You hum a little. And as the coastline disappears behind you, you start to wonder, what if you just didn't go back? You lie on your back, staring at the clouds. One looks like a sheep trying to negotiate taxes. Another looks like your mother telling you to comb your hair. The third looks suspiciously like a map, which is very unhelpful, since you've never learned to read maps without yelling at them. A few hours pass, then more. The goat throws up exactly once. You're drifting, for sure, but not aimlessly. The current is strong. You're being taken somewhere. You can feel it in your teeth. Around midday, a small barrel bobs by. You scoop it up, pry it open, and discover fermented berries and a wooden spoon. A sign, you mutter. Of what? You're not sure. Possibly that someone else also overslept and didn't tie their cargo down properly. Historians still argue whether Norse raiders ever got separated from their crews in this way. Most sagas don't mention it, probably because he missed the raid and floated into legend doesn't sound terribly heroic. But considering how unreliable group travel can be, and how enthusiastic the sea is about making decisions for people, it's not impossible. By nightfall, the stars emerge like gossiping candles. You see the North Star, but you don't bother following it. Your goat has fallen asleep in your lap. You don't feel lost. You feel curious. The current pulls you west, toward Ireland, toward a marshy, overlooked bend in the coast that smells like possibility and fermented eel. But that's tomorrow. Tonight, you sleep again, rocked by the waves, your fingers tangled in rope, your breath fogging into the sky. You, the Viking who overslept your raid, and maybe, just maybe, founded a city by mistake. You awaken to a sound that's halfway between a splash and a sneeze. The goat, predictably, has fallen into the shallows again. You reach down, grab it by the soggy wool midsection, and haul it back into the boat. It glares at you with the indignation of someone who just lost a minor argument with the ocean. You're no longer drifting aimlessly. Somehow, overnight, your boat has nestled into the mouth of a river, narrow, winding, edged by grass that looks confused about whether it's land or soup. The mist hangs thick here, rolling across the marshes like it's trying to hide something. Or maybe it's just shy. You've landed on the eastern coast of Ireland, near the junction where the River Liffey sways lazily into the sea. But of course, you don't know that yet. To you, this place is just wet. It doesn't even smell properly like coastline. It smells like mud, old fish, and maybe opportunity. Or gas. You can't tell. You hop out of the boat with a squelch. Your boots sink immediately into black muck, and your goat gives you a look that says, "I told you so." Despite not having said anything of the sort, the landscape is strange, but quiet. No watchmen, no arrows, no screaming monks. Just wind through reeds, and the occasional flutter of startled birds. A hill rises to the west, topped with trees and fog. Beyond that, you assume more mud. You're right. What you do have is a shoreline, curved, protected, easy to dock, and a trickle of clear water from a small stream flowing into a pool that's so still. It reflects the sky perfectly. You stare into it. Dark water, calm, deep enough to drink from, fish from, maybe even bathe in if you're feeling adventurous. You have no idea that this pool will one day lend its name to a city. But it will, because this is Dublin, Old Irish for black pool, the exact spot, in time, where enough Norsemen will eventually settle, trade, argue, and leave graffiti, that it becomes Dublin. But right now, it's just you, a goat, and a cheese rind. You unload your boat slowly, a few tools, a knife or two, a little salted herring, some extra rope, and your most valuable possession, a small wooden box filled with combs, beads, and exactly one lucky sock that you haven't washed since the storm last spring. It smells like adventure and regret. You set up a tiny camp near the edge of the pool. Nothing fancy, just some driftwood, a tarp, and an overturned barrel that becomes a stool if you squint hard enough. And you wait. For what? You're not entirely sure. Reinforcements? A vision? An epiphany involving breakfast? What arrives instead is a goat herder, a small man with a large beard and an even larger stick, emerging from the trees like a mushroom with opinions. He stares at you. You stare back. Neither of you speaks the other's language. So naturally, you offer him a piece of fish. He sniffs it, considers, accepts, sits. You nod. A partnership is born. Over the next few days, you and the goat herder, who you mentally name Stick, begin a tentative routine. You fish. He watches. You try to build a small shelter. He laughs, then helps. Your goat eats his cloak. He shrugs. You don't realize it yet, but you've done something revolutionary. You've made peace, not by treaty or sword, but by shared chores and mutual goat tolerance. Historians still debate exactly how the Norse settled in Dublin, whether it was violent conquest or slow integration. But in your case, it's mostly mud, misunderstanding, and a lot of grunting. And cheese. So much cheese. By the 5th day, you've added a second tarp to your camp. The pool remains calm. A few more Irish locals pass by. Curious. One brings a chicken. Another trades moss for a fish. Your goat develops a fan club. Something's happening here. You don't know what, but it smells promising. Or possibly just like goat. Either way, you stay. The rain doesn't so much fall as arrive sideways. You wake up to your tarp flapping wildly, your hair glued to your forehead, and your goat sleeping on your chest like it owns both you and the boat. The fire is out. Your socks are damp inside your boots, and half the camp appears to have been relocated overnight by wind or mischievous chickens. In short, you've officially landed in Ireland. Today, you decide to explore. You squelch your way inland, following the curve of the river. The grass is thick, the trees ancient and suspiciously creaky, and everything smells like soggy herbs. The land is beautiful in that slightly menacing way, like it could either feed you for a year or swallow you whole depending on its mood. You find a rise, a hillock, really, just high enough to avoid the worst of the damp. It overlooks the Black Pool, with a clear view downriver and back toward the inlet, where your ship now bobs impatiently. You're ankle deep in mud, holding a fish bone you've been using as a compass. Don't ask. When it hits you, this place could work. Not for conquering, necessarily. You still haven't seen more than 6 people and 1 suspicious-looking sheep, but for trading, gathering, storing goods, somewhere to stop, sit, dry your socks, and complain about your cousins. You mark a square with your boot, an imaginary stall. Maybe someone could sell dried seaweed here, or firewood, or fermented goat milk. You look at your goat. It sneezes. A local boy appears out of nowhere, just pops up like a damp mushroom, and hands you a bundle of leeks. You give him a piece of rope in return. Neither of you speaks, but it feels like commerce. The next day, a woman brings you a bag of barley in exchange for one of your fishbone hairpins. You're not sure how she figured out it was a hairpin and not just something your goat coughed up. But you go with it. She nods, takes a lap around your camp, then disappears into the mist. By the end of the week, your makeshift camp has 4 tarps, 7 visitors, and 1 man who insists on setting up a booth made entirely of cabbage leaves. You try to object. He tells you it's weatherproof. It is not. Still, something is happening. You sketch out a few more stalls. crude markings with sticks and flat stones. You repurpose a boat plank as a signboard. You invent a symbol for "this spot is taken" using a knotted reed and an upside-down chicken feather. People start returning, some just to see what you're doing, others to trade, a few to gossip. You're told someone saw a monk walking this way with a cart full of scrolls and dried apples. You wonder if you should be worried. You name the camp Mudport. No one likes it. You try Goat's Landing. Slightly better. Eventually someone mutters Dublin after the dark pool, and the name sticks like damp wool to wet skin. You didn't mean to found a settlement. You were trying to dry your socks. But here you are. Historians might debate the specifics of Dublin's earliest Norse activity. Some argue the first Norse fortifications came later. Others suggest seasonal trading posts may have existed informally before any official foundation. But one thing's certain: Vikings didn't always arrive with fire and axes. Sometimes they came with goats, soup, and a talent for improvising over damp terrain. By the end of your third week, you've got a fire pit that doesn't flood every time it rains, a rough footpath to the river, and a young Irish lad who insists on selling mystery stew from a barrel. You don't ask what's in it. No one does. That's part of the charm. There's even talk of putting up a wall. You ask. Around what? No one answers. They just start piling logs anyway. It's not a city yet, but it's something. And somehow, in all this muck, fog, and goat-related confusion, you feel almost at home. Your fire pit has survived 3 consecutive rainstorms, which in Ireland qualifies as architecture. You sit on an overturned barrel, watching steam rise from a pan of something vaguely edible. Part barley, part eel, part don't ask. Around you, the little cluster of tarps, driftwood lean-tos, and repurposed fishing nets has transformed into what could almost be called a marketplace. Almost. At first, you called it temporary, just a place to stash trade goods, mend sails, and perhaps grill the occasional fish. But temporary things, as you've learned, have a habit of settling in. Today, your eel vendor is yelling at the cabbages again. The cabbage merchant, still clinging to his leaf stall idea, has begun charging rent in the form of dried moss. No one knows why. You tried arguing, but he's convinced this is how proper economies begin. You don't have the heart to tell him that proper economies usually start with coins, not salad. Still, trade is happening. A woman arrives from a nearby hill settlement, bearing baskets of wild garlic and woven twine. You offer her some smoked fish. She squints at it, shrugs, and accepts. A traveling monk. Yes, an actual monk. Passes through, exchanging a carved wooden crucifix for a pair of goatskin boots. You ask if he's lost. He says no, but he's conflicted. Evenings bring music, not formal performances, just someone humming while fixing nets, someone else tapping on a clay pot like it owes them money. Once, a man balanced a duck on his head and sang about soggy trade routes. That night, no one slept well, but everyone applauded. Your goat, now known locally as Chief Snorter, has claimed a flat stone as its throne and insists on sleeping there. Children leave it offerings, mostly weeds and broken buttons. The goat accepts them all, magnanimously. As you sit, watching this soggy miracle of commerce unfold, someone taps you on the shoulder. It's Stick, your original bearded companion, now wearing a very suspicious cloak that looks like it used to be your sail. He hands you a clay tablet, carefully carved with what appears to be a fish and a ladder. Official stall marker, he says in halting Norse. For your eel guy. You blink. Your eel guy has a logo now. And worse, expectations. So you do what any self-respecting Viking would do. You start drawing fish ladders on other things too. One for the soap trader, who's making suspiciously effective soap out of sheep fat and river reeds. One for the ale merchant. One for the man who only sells spoons. Someone calls it branding. Someone else calls it a curse. You call it accidental administration. The camp? No. The village starts to grow around these exchanges. People build larger huts. The footpaths widen from use. Someone even installs a mudstone bench, which promptly sinks, but it's the thought that counts. You start keeping a tally of who trades what, just to keep things fair. And just like that, you've invented a ledger system. You don't mean to. It's just easier than arguing with 5 angry cheese sellers over who owes who what in moldy goat skins. Historians still debate how early Norse settlements managed their internal trade and social structures. There's evidence of centralized storage pits, crafted weights for measuring silver, and even standardized trade items like whalebone combs. But in your case, it's a smudged piece of bark and a stick you've named Pointy Justice. Once a week, you call a meeting. It starts with yelling, then soup, then more yelling. Eventually, someone suggests rules. No fighting near the fish stalls. No stealing the goat. Again, if you fall asleep in a barrel, it becomes community property. They all seem fair. You mark them with charcoal on a flat plank and nail it to the side of your shelter. You've just written your first code of conduct. The goat licks it. By dusk, you sit beside the pool, Dublin, watching the moon ripple across the surface. There are 12 people still awake. 6 are arguing over stew. 1 is singing to a chicken. 3 are carving spoons. 1 is counting his own fingers suspiciously. And you're just amazed. A few weeks ago, you missed a raid. Now you're the accidental mayor of a village that smells like wet wool, onion skins, and possibilities. You lean back on the grass, hands behind your head, and whisper to no one in particular, "Well, at least I didn't build anything permanent." Somewhere in the darkness, someone drives the first wooden post into the earth. Oops, you've just spilled fish broth on your knee when the shouting starts. At first you think it's another goat dispute. Maybe someone tried to braid its beard again. But no. This shouting is polite. Alarmed. Yes, but polite. It's coming from the riverbank, where a group of strangers are trying to untangle themselves from a boat that looks more theological than seaworthy. It's the monks. 3 of them, drenched, blinking through the fog, robes clinging like kelp. They're holding up a flag that might have been white once. Now, mostly beige and guilt-stained. You offer them some firewood and a dry spot near the goat. They accept both, cautiously. You brace yourself for a sermon, maybe some smiting. What you get instead is soup. Turns out, these monks, travelers from a nearby monastery, were on a mission of peace and/or turnip trade when they were blown off course by wind. divine intervention, or possibly just bad rowing. They've arrived hungry, freezing, and absolutely determined to evangelize someone, but not before finishing their stew. You hand them bowls. They hand you scrolls. You stare at the bundle of vellum, each page etched with looping letters and delicate images of birds, saints, and one suspiciously smug-looking hedgehog. Illustrated Gospels, one of them says, tapping the parchment. Very holy, also waterproofed with fish glue. You nod. Respectfully, the others gather, murmuring. No one's sure what to do with monks who aren't yelling. Especially monks who bring snacks. One offers you dried apple slices, which instantly earn him 3 trade requests, a song, and a marriage proposal. Declined. You try to ask if they're angry about your settlement. One monk thinks, shrugs. Another says, better than raiding. The third just says, good eel. And just like that, peace is declared. The monks stay for 2 days, drying out their books, drawing diagrams of your goat for unknown reasons, and writing a short treatise on the ethics of fermented cabbage. You give them a fishing line, a wool cap, and in return, they give you a blessing in triplicate, a tiny carved cross, and a recipe for meditative porridge that tastes like silence and regret. You sit by the pool that evening, watching the monks row back toward their monastery. One turns and waves. Another shouts something in Latin that you think translates to, tell the goat we said thank you. You sigh. It's been a weird week, but the strangeness doesn't stop. Word spreads, via bird, gossip, and one very chatty merchant that Dub Lin welcomes monks, peaceful, open, mildly organized. A nearby Irish chieftain sends a messenger with a satchel of honey cakes and a note that says, we're not mad, just keep the soup coming. You take this as a political victory. Your settlement, barely weeks old, now includes 3 Irish traders, 1 former pirate selling decorative pebbles, 2 monks on sabbatical, a baker who only bakes sideways, and, of course, the goat, who is now listed in your records as honorary elder. To formalize all this friendliness, you declare a new tradition. Soup Day. Every 7th day, everyone brings whatever they have. Onions, dried meat, barley, maybe a lucky beet, and you cook a huge communal meal. Stories are shared. Rules are relaxed. The goat wears a flower crown. Someone composes a hymn in your honor. It is mostly about soup. Historians still argue about how Norse settlers transitioned from raiders to residents. Some claim it was a strategy to control trade routes. Others suggest it was out of sheer exhaustion. But what's often overlooked is how many relationships began with misunderstandings, meals, and mud. By the end of the month, your market has expanded, your population has doubled, and your tent is now referred to, without irony, as the chieftain's quarters. You try to object. No one listens. You fall asleep that night, wrapped in a monk's spare blanket, the goat at your feet, and the faint scent of boiled cabbage in the air. It's official. You've gone soft. You've gone domestic. You've gone founder. And tomorrow, someone wants to discuss building a chapel. You don't even believe in chapels. But the monks said they'd decorate it with that smug hedgehog again. You consider it. The smoke from your breakfast fire is still curling into the mist when the first longship appears on the river. It's not yours. The hull is bigger, the sail darker. The shields along the sides gleam with unnecessary menace. You pause, spoon halfway to your mouth, as more ships follow. 3, then 5, then 7. Your goat lets out a skeptical bleat and moves behind a barrel. They're Vikings, real ones. The ones who didn't miss the raid, and they're staring at your goat-themed, soup-friendly, monk-tolerant riverside experiment like it's a bad punchline. At the front of the lead boat stands Torvald the Red, an old shipmate of yours. He was never a fan of subtlety. His beard is longer than his patience, and his voice carries across the water like someone trying to wake the ocean. You built a village? You nod, slowly. On purpose? You open your mouth, then close it, then open it again. Technically? There's a pause. One of the raiders squints at your soap stall. Another prods your trade ledger with a sword and mutters, "He writes things now?" But then, just as it seems you're about to be laughed back into the sea, someone finds the fermented eel sauce. They sniff. They sip. They weep quietly. Within an hour, half the crew is sitting cross-legged in your food lane, sampling goat cheese, fingering monk-carved combs, and purchasing ornamental bark jewelry. Someone swaps an axe for a jar of honeyed lentils. Another trades his helmet for a pair of fur-lined sandals that make my toes feel like they've gone to Valhalla. Torvald, for all his growling, seems intrigued. He circles the black pool, mutters something about defensible geography, and takes 2 servings of soup. You catch him later, sketching something into the dirt, walls, maybe docks, a grain store. You ask if he's planning a takeover. He replies, "I'm planning lunch. Calm down. Over the next few days, more of your old crew trickles in. Some remember you fondly. Others squint and ask if you've always smelled like boiled moss. You reintroduce yourself, a little nervously, as the founder. Someone snorts, someone else claps. One man bows sarcastically and calls you Goat Chieftain. The name sticks. You don't fight it. You give tours. You point out the soap maker's hut, the monk's herb garden, the spoon seller's bench. Everyone pretends not to be impressed, and yet they all stay. Within a week, they're helping build nothing fancy, just some better shelter, a new pier, a fish-drying rack that doesn't collapse when sneezed near. One man carves a public bench shaped like a serpent. It becomes immediately controversial. With new hands come new ideas. Torvald suggests a grain exchange. Another proposes designated trade days. Someone else invents goat insurance. You smile, nod, and try very hard not to say, "I told you so." But with all this growth comes the need for organization. You hold another meeting. It's chaos. People shout. Someone juggles spoons. The soap trader insists on being addressed as the Suds Lord. You try to get things back on track with a stick and a bucket labeled speaking barrel. It kind of works. You propose basic rules. If you break a roof, you fix a roof. If the goat chooses your stall, you owe 3 fish to the pot. If a monk blesses your soup, you must offer free seconds. People argue. People laugh. Someone throws a turnip. But somehow, you leave that meeting with something resembling consensus. Historians often credit the Viking settlements in Ireland with bringing urban structure to early Irish coasts, town planning, trade regulation, and yes, probably a lot of arguing. Dublin was no exception. Archaeological evidence shows careful layout, storage pits, and even early defensive structures. But you're still working with barrels, bark tablets, and a lot of educated guessing. And yet, when the sun sets that night, you stand on the edge of your market square and watch. Children chasing chickens between the huts, a monk arguing gently with a man selling pickled beets, a former raider carefully weaving reeds for roof repair. And it dawns on you, this isn't just a camp anymore. This is something more. Your goat sneezes again, very dramatically. You smile. Even she knows it. You are woken before dawn by shouting. Not war cries, not goat-related disaster, for once. Just passionate, slightly nasal yelling about fish sauce. Again, you stumble outside, bleary-eyed, to find two traders standing toe-to-toe near the fire pit, holding up identical clay pots and accusing each other of fermented fraud. Apparently, someone's been diluting the eel extract with river water. This is an outrage. This is treason. This, more importantly, is currency tampering. You rub your temples. You had no idea fermented fish sauce, grafflock, as someone insists it be called, would become the backbone of your local economy. But here you are, mediating a shouting match that ends with both parties sniffing each other's pots like suspicious sommeliers. In the end, you settle it the way all good Viking administrators do, by suggesting a taste-off, followed by a communal soup. This, oddly, works. By mid-morning, half the village is gathered to vote on the official standard of acceptable fish funk. A panel is formed. The goat is allowed one vote. The monks abstain on religious grounds. Everyone else participates enthusiastically, and only one person vomits. You mark the winning batch with a seal, a scratch symbol resembling a fish with little angry eyes. It's instantly recognizable. It becomes your first trademark. Congratulations. You've invented regulation, and just in time, because things are escalating. Your little eel sauce economy is thriving. People are trading jars of the stuff for firewood, combs, bread, even story rights. One woman bartered 3 doses of grafflock in exchange for a dramatic retelling of the time she fell into a barrel and emerged fluent in Irish. Soon, grafflock is everywhere. People are aging it, spicing it, storing it in damp cellars like it's a precious elixir. One man claims to have invented a dessert version. He has no friends, but with popularity comes counterfeiting. So, you appoint inspectors of funk, who roam the market with tiny wooden ladles and very serious expressions. They're volunteers, mostly because you offer them free stew. The cabbage merchant, yes, him, starts demanding his rent in grafflock now, claiming it holds value better than goat skins. You suspect he's just trying to avoid carrying things. But he's not wrong. You find yourself drawing a simple tax chart on the side of your hut. 2 jars, 1 stall space. 5 jars, roof patching priority. 10 jars, a goat-themed honorary title, to be worn for exactly 1 day. The goat dislikes this immensely. Somewhere in the chaos, someone invents a grafflock song. It's mostly humming and sloshing noises, but it's catchy. It becomes your anthem. Historians rarely mention fish sauce when discussing early Dublin trade, but fermented condiments were a huge part of early Norse and Celtic cuisine. Strong, storable, and sometimes surprisingly useful in diplomacy. And while there's little evidence that eel sauce became a currency, it's not impossible that barter-based microeconomies thrived around shared, salty preferences. Your market grows louder, busier, more structured. People start keeping written tallies on bark. New stalls open. Pickles, herbs, carving tools. Someone begins selling miniature carved goats, which quickly become the most desirable non-edible commodity. You gather a few of your advisors, which now include Stick, 2 monks, and a child named Freitas, who makes excellent soup, and draft your first official trade charter. You call it The Very Reasonable Rules of Fish Sauce and Beyond. It includes the following: no hoarding sauce in wells, no calling your competitor's product mildly cursed. All spoons must be clearly labeled. If the goat knocks over your stall, that's your problem. You nail it to a post in the center of town. You're beginning to enjoy this, just a little. Sure, you missed the raid. Sure, you're covered in river mud most days and have recurring dreams about slipping into a barrel of eel syrup. But you've built a trade hub from a goat, some tarps, and a good sense of humor. One evening, a ship arrives from a distant fjord. The crew disembarks and asks, in perfectly polite Norse, "Is this the place with the sauce?" You nod. They unload a cart of barley, furs, and something wrapped in seaweed. You welcome them. The goat sneezes. Another page in history, folded and fermented. The morning begins with bread and ends in bureaucracy. You're halfway through a slightly burnt flat cake, made from barley, goat milk, and whatever was in that mysterious sack, labeled not flour probably. When the problem arrives, a runaway bread cart, it careens down the main path, pulled by an enthusiastic donkey and absolutely no one else. It knocks over a display of carved spoons, skims past the soup pot, and crashes into the side of the soap merchant's hut, exploding into a dramatic puff of crust and fury. Everyone freezes. The soap merchant emerges slowly, soap dripping from his sleeves, and glares at the donkey, who looks genuinely sorry. The crowd turns to you. Why? Because you, goat chieftain of Dublin, forgot to invent traffic laws. You sigh. Place your burnt bread carefully on a stool and go find your speaking barrel. By midday, you've assembled a council of your most questionably organized residents to address this latest in a string of growing pains. You sit with your bark ledger, a half-melted candle, and a headache shaped like a wheel. You propose a simple idea: scheduled market deliveries. You try to explain routes. You draw a diagram that looks like a squid choking on a cart. No one understands, so instead, you do what early municipal leaders have always done when faced with growing disorder. You make up some words and pretend they've always existed. You declare, bread carts must use the North Squishway and avoid the central pudding lane. Stall holders must display their mud tokens for identification. Goat crossings must now be painted with a single line of chalk and a hopeful prayer. Someone asks if this means they're paying taxes now. You pause, then smile, and reply, only the fun kind. Which is how your first tax system begins. Not with silver coins or imperial decrees, but with the accidental standardization of bread cart chaos. At first, it's basic. 1 jar of Graflock per stall. Weekly, 2 jars for firewood access, and 5 jars if you want exclusive bragging rights to say premier vendor on a scrap of linen. Most traders comply. A few grumble. One attempts to pay in riddles. He is politely redirected to the storytelling bench, where he can confuse people in a more appropriate setting. You even introduce a little tax return. Every week, you host a communal stew using the contributions. It becomes wildly popular. A monk declares it the only tax system flavored with dignity. Soon after, your bark ledger becomes too small. You upgrade to a wax tablet, then another. You accidentally melt one and create a new kind of pudding. It's not popular. You find yourself doing math, which is deeply unsettling. You've begun measuring stall sizes with a piece of rope, calculating trade values in spoon hours, and arguing over whether 2 jars of extra smelly graphlock equals 1 roof tile. Historians still debate the exact moment Dublin transitioned from encampment to municipality. But taxation and regulation were essential parts of early Norse-Irish settlements. Trade hubs didn't run on charm alone. They ran on jars, ledgers, disputes, and accidental infrastructure. And you, sleepy, soup-stained you, have just accidentally invented all of it. Later that evening, the soap merchant presents you with a gift, a carved comb etched with 2 donkeys pulling a loaf of bread. For keeping us in line, he says, or at least less sideways. You're touched. You hold up the comb in the firelight and declare, "This is a tax deduction." No one knows what that means, but they cheer anyway. That night, you rest your head against a sack of moss receipts and think, you didn't mean to build an economy. You just didn't want anyone else to get trampled by a rogue loaf. Progress comes in strange shapes. Some shaped like spoons, some like goats, and some like wheels rolling entirely out of control, until someone draws a squiggly line and calls it a road. The naming crisis begins. As many disasters do, with a very polite argument over goats, you're standing in the middle of the settlement, now complete with a muddy main square, half a dock, and a slightly overconfident fish-drying hut, when 2 men approach you with serious expressions and a scroll between them. On it, 2 names, Dyflin, meaning the Black Pool, and Getabear, which, unfortunately, translates to Goat Town. Guess which name the monks prefer. Guess which one the goat vendor has already stitched into 12 cloaks. You try to mediate. You point out that the name Dublin honors the land, the river, the mystery of the place. The goat vendor responds by handing you a roasted turnip with Goat Town Forever branded into it. You stare at the turnip for a long time. The problem is real. As word spreads, the settlement is drawing newcomers, Norse traders, Irish families, and one suspicious man who only trades moss and refuses to blink. Everyone wants to call it something, but no one agrees. Some argue for naming it after the river. Others prefer the hill. One woman campaigns loudly for New North Fjord, which is rejected almost immediately for being both misleading and very hard to chant during festivals. A child suggests Mudtopolis. You take a vote. It's distressingly close. You decide to hold an official naming assembly, the first of its kind. You clear space near the soup tent, create a voting system involving pebbles and clay bowls, and invite everyone to bring 1 suggestion each. No duplicates, no insults, no naming it after yourself. You're looking at you, Einar. The day arrives. The choices range from poetic to ridiculous. Deepwater Peace, Crabtown, Eelsburg, the place where Bjorn slipped, a local favorite. Stinky Butt, disqualified on pronunciation grounds. The final contenders? Dublin and Gaitabear. You let the community vote. The pebbles clink into the bowls. Tension rises. A child dramatically faints. The goat eats one of the voting slips. In the end, by 2 pebbles and a sympathy vote from the cabbage vendor, Dublin wins. You breathe a sigh of relief. The monk raises his hands in celebration. The goat tries to eat the winning bowl. History has been made. You carve the name into the central post yourself, carefully, deeply, with just a small flourish. And yet, despite the victory, the goat vendor still insists on shouting, "Welcome to Goat Town!" Every morning, until people just sort of stop correcting him. Historians agree that Dublin derives from the Old Irish for Blackpool, referring to the dark tidal pool where the River Poddle meets the Liffey. But it's likely the Norse settlers used their own names too. Sometimes Dyflin, sometimes simply the Pool, sometimes less flattering nicknames. The reality, as always, was probably a muddled compromise, which, coincidentally, is what your village has now become, a muddled, thriving compromise. With the name settled, people begin painting signs, branding pottery, singing songs that actually rhyme. Dublin becomes not just a place, but a story. A story people can tell strangers at trade markets and gatherings. You hold a celebration that evening. Roasted roots, eel soup, dancing on the safe bits of boardwalk. A monk reads a poem. The goat wears a crown made of reeds and falls asleep in your lap mid-ceremony. Someone suggests a motto. After some enthusiastic and deeply confused chanting, you all agree on Dublin, less raiding, more trading. It's not catchy, but it's honest. And as you walk through your damp, smoky, noisy, affectionate little city that night, past stalls of soap and spoons, past monks telling stories and Norse kids playing mud chess, past signs that still read Goat Town, unofficial, you realize you didn't just found this place. You named it, and it named you back. You are awoken at dawn by a scream. Not a terrifying scream, more of an annoyed, muddy, "Who built a wall around my house?" kind of scream. You sit up, blink, stare. Someone has built a wall. Not a metaphorical wall, a literal one. Logs, stones, mud mortar, and what appears to be one extremely confused goose trapped inside. The wall loops around the market, the docks, the fire pit, and yes, directly through the blacksmith's mother-in-law's cabbage patch. She is not pleased. You shuffle outside in your boots and cloak, which now smell permanently like eel stew, and survey the scene. Torvald approaches, hands on hips, proudly gesturing at the half-finished fortification. "We needed defenses," he says. You squint at the goose. It honks. You built it in a circle, around everything. He nods. Makes it safe. Even the toilets are inside the wall. He blinks, especially the toilets. You sigh. The good news is, your village is becoming defensible. That's no small feat. Word has spread, and not all visitors are friendly. One particularly shady merchant claimed to sell ghost repellent made from moss and broken promises. Another left in the night, taking 3 spoons and a baby chicken. A wall makes sense. You just wish it made sense somewhere else. You gather a few advisors, Stick, the cabbage vendor, the eldest monk, and a child who's good at spotting wolves. And survey the situation. You decide to leave the wall intact, but designate gates. You even invent a system using colored shells to track who goes in and out. Suddenly, you're not just overseeing a marketplace, you're managing infrastructure. Someone suggests guard shifts. You organize a rotating schedule. The soap seller volunteers for the night watch, armed with a ladle and unreasonably strong-smelling detergent. It turns out he's terrifying in the dark. Crime drops to zero. You also draft your first village map, scribbled in charcoal on a sheep hide. It includes landmarks like Main Path, Slippery Always, Eel Guy, Goat Throne, place where Bjorn fainted that time. You pin it to the new community wall. Next to the stew calendar and a drawing of a potato, someone insists is a portrait of you. It's not flattering, but it is accurate. Historians often credit Viking settlements with keen awareness of location and defense. Dublin's Norse Quarter was famously walled, with carefully laid paths and river access. Your own version? Built because Torvald got bored and someone had leftover logs. Still, the results are promising. The goats stay in, the children stay out of the soup pit. Traders feel safer. The monks begin holding story circles by lantern light at the main gate, telling tales of old saints and new soup varieties. But nothing is perfect. On the third day, someone realizes the wall blocks the blacksmith's forge chimney. Smoke now funnels into her mother-in-law's house. A family feud erupts, loudly, involving insults about soup, hair, and one unfortunate incident with an exploding bread roll. You call an emergency meeting. To your surprise, the village now insists on using parliamentary procedure. You're handed a carved gavel, actually just a fancy spoon, and asked to recognize the honorable cabbage witness. You stare blankly, applaud once. Everyone claps. You proceed. In the end, you resolve the issue with a ladder, a chimney extension made of pottery shards, and a celebratory round of burnt fish cakes. Progress. That night, you walk the perimeter of the wall. It's lopsided, a little leaky. One part is made entirely of eel crates, but it's yours. You sit on a watch post made of driftwood and think, this isn't the empire they write songs about. It's messier, stranger, realer. A wall that keeps people in and together. And a goose that, for reasons unknown, has claimed the west gate. The village is quiet. Too quiet. Which means, of course, something has gone terribly right. You wake up to the unsettling absence of arguing, clanging, or goat-related furniture theft. The fire is still smoldering. The bread hasn't burned. The cabbage vendor nods politely at the soup stall instead of hissing like a swan with taxes. This can only mean one thing: visitors. And not just any visitors, important ones. By mid-morning, a caravan of strangers has arrived at the gates, nobly dressed, suspiciously clean, and followed by a horse that looks like it's never seen mud in its life. One man wears a tunic embroidered with so many gold threads. He clinks when he blinks. Another is carrying a harp. A harp. You're handed a scroll with an introduction far too long, filled with words like prestige, delegation, and we were told you have very nice fish sauce. Torvald reads it, grunts. You squint at the harp guy. The delegation, it turns out, has come from a neighboring Irish kingdom. curious about this little riverside settlement that reportedly has good trade, friendly monks, and an official goat council. They're here to negotiate. But you weren't prepared for negotiation robes. You're wearing yesterday's tunic and a belt made from repurposed fishing net. Someone gently dusts you with barley flour to make you look more ceremonial. The goat headbutts your shin in solidarity. You gather your advisors in the speaking barrel corner. Strategy is discussed. Stick wants to impress them with smoked onions. The monks suggest quoting scripture, then offering stew. The cabbage vendor wants to pretend to be a prince. You veto that immediately. You decide on honest hospitality, soup, a tour, and a light lie about how your tax system is extremely organized and only sometimes based on goat mood. The visitors are intrigued. They examine your fish sauce barrels. They walk your market square, now bustling with traders selling everything from combs to carved whistles, to one woman who insists she's invented dried rain. It's moss. They are shown the black pool, Dublin, and one of them actually gasps, not in horror, but in quiet awe. It's beautiful, he whispers, dark and still and deep. You try not to tear up. That pool has eaten at least 2 barrels in one of your boots. Then comes the feast. Everyone brings something: roasted roots, pungent cheese, 3 types of bread, one accidentally set on fire, but now considered a festival bread. A monk brings a bowl of something that may be lentils or repentance. You smile, pass it around anyway. The harp guy sings a ballad about a goat who fell in love with a sea captain. Everyone claps. The goat bleats mournfully. The delegation applauds and declares your village delightfully unconventional. Then, the real shocker, they offer an alliance, trade, shared roads, even a protection pact. We'd rather work with you, one noble says, than raid a place with better eel sauce than we could ever make. You nod sagely, trying not to reveal your utter disbelief. You offer them a ceremonial jar of fish sauce. They sniff it, nod solemnly. The alliance is sealed. Historians often wonder how Norse settlers in Ireland managed to integrate so deeply into local politics. Some suggest diplomacy. Others point to shared interests. But sometimes, all it takes is a spoonful of sauce, a dry goat, and soup that doesn't insult the ancestors. By the time the delegation departs, you're exhausted. But your village is now officially known. Recognized, not just a haphazard accident of tired sailors and soggy tents, but a place. That night, you sit by the black pool. There are lanterns flickering on the dock. Laughter by the soup stall. A monk snores gently near the cabbage cart. You reach into your pocket and find something the noble gave you. A ring carved with a small emblem. A black pool with stars above it. Their symbol for your village. You smile. Dublin has been seen. And seen well. You don't know who invited the cow. You wake up to its snorting, persistent and oddly rhythmic, echoing through the longhouse like a drumbeat wrapped in mucus. You stumble out of your bedroll to find a very large, very loud cow tied to the speaker's post. There's a note pinned to its ear that reads, in wobbly script, "For the thing. May it inspire order." Oh no. Today is the thing. Your first official village assembly, the court, the council, the grand gathering of grievances and mildly dramatic declarations. You were hoping for something dignified. Instead, you have a cow named Snorri, who seems deeply offended by torches. Still, the show must go on. You sweep out the council square, a rectangle of dirt marked with shells and slightly judgmental pigeons. People gather in cloaks and fur-trimmed hats, holding bark scrolls, jars of sauce, and the occasional accusatory spoon. You take your place at the center beside the speaking barrel. Now sanded smooth and wearing a ceremonial cabbage on top, Torvald, proudly wearing his honored yeller sash, a scarf with soup stains, calls the thing to order. The crowd hushes. The first case, Einar versus the goat. Einar claims the goat has been sitting in his boat, refusing to leave. The goat, in its defense, has not left the boat and does not plan to. Arguments are made. The goat sneezes with emphasis. You declare a compromise. The goat gets visitation rights, but not overnight privileges. Einar nods. The goat stomps in agreement. Next case, a dispute over spoon copyright. Two vendors claim to have invented the double-handled scoop. Evidence is presented, including carvings, drawings, and a dramatic reenactment involving cabbage soup and regret. After a short deliberation, you declare joint ownership. They must now operate under the unified name Scoop Brothers. They shake hands, the village claps. Someone throws a turnip in celebration. Then comes the cabbage soup incident. Apparently, the soap vendor added his own flavoring to the communal pot last week, resulting in a dish so aromatic it cleared the southern huts for an hour. He defends his actions, claiming it was an olfactory purification ritual. You fine him 1 jar of Graflock and make him sit next to the cow for the remainder of the thing. Justice is swift, but not all the topics are funny. One man steps forward and says his brother has gone missing. Last seen fishing past the river bend. A quiet descends. People listen. You promise a search. 3 volunteers step forward immediately. One is the child who once arm wrestled a monk. The other 2 nod in unison like synchronized cabbage leaves. And then, just as things are winding down, the cow moo screams again and bolts from its post. Chaos erupts. The goat joins the stampede. A monk drops his prayer scroll. The cabbage vendor climbs a roof and begins yelling, "I told you," at no one in particular. You chase the cow halfway down the village path before it stops, sniffs, and settles into someone's bath bucket. You sit on the ground, panting, your hair full of straw and your dignity quietly leaking from your socks. Torvald catches up, wheezing, and says, "That went better than I expected." And you know what? He's right, because despite the shouting, the goat, and the cow's deeply personal vendetta against chairs, the thing worked. People showed up, spoke, laughed, solved things. You didn't just hold court, you held a community. Historians describe Viking things as assemblies of law, arbitration, and debate, places where free men could speak and settle disputes, but rarely do they mention the logistics, the soup stains, the goat interruptions, or the cow and bucket incidents that almost certainly happened more than once. That evening, you host a post-thing stew. People sit in circles, sharing stories. Someone sings a song about the cow's dramatic exit. The monk gives a toast to functional chaos and slightly overcooked justice. You raise your bowl. And in the distance, the cow moos, softly now, maybe in approval. maybe in defiance. Either way, you smile. Dublin has laws, and Snorri has a bath bucket. It begins with a hat, not just any hat, a crown-shaped hat made of braided straw and decorated with fish bones, onion peels, and what might once have been a prayer ribbon. You find it sitting on your barrel one morning with a note. For our leader, wear with moderate dignity. You blink. You sniff the hat. You put it on. You are immediately swarmed by villagers shouting, "All hail Balder the Almost." The name hits you like a slightly apologetic fish. Balder, your given name. Sure. The Almost? You ask. Someone explains, you're not really a king, but you're also not one. It's accurate, which is the worst kind of correct. And so, the rumors begin. You, the sleepy Viking who drifted into a mudflat with a goat and a wheel of cheese, are now being called ruler by traitors, monks, raiders, and a local bard who has written 3 increasingly exaggerated songs about your exploits, one of which ends with you riding a bear made of soup. You try to correct them. You say, no, I'm just the organizer, the facilitator, the one who prevents cabbage riots and hands out ladles of justice. They nod solemnly and then whisper to one another. That's exactly what a king would say. You turn to Torvald, hoping for support. He hands you a stick wrapped in seaweed and says, "Here's your scepter." You drop your face into your hands. The thing is, this whole village, it does kind of orbit you now. There's a line at your hut every morning. Someone needs permission to expand their fish drying rack. Someone else wants to settle a dispute over which way the wind technically blows. A traveling merchant asks for an official Dublin trading license with seal if possible. You hand him a drawing of a goat in a circle. He bows deeply. Even the goat seems to sense your status. It now insists on standing beside you during every public announcement. Someone knits it a tiny fur-lined cape. The goat hates it. The village loves it. You've tried delegating. You established the Council of Almost Important People, which includes Stick, the monks, the cabbage vendor, and the 3 children who can count higher than 30. But they all keep looking at you, because the truth is, despite your best efforts, you've become the center, the compromise, the keeper of the ledger, and the stirrer of the stew. You're the one who remembers whose fish sauce was declared illegal last month. You're the only one who knows why the West Gate smells like onions on Tuesdays. You're the only person both the monks and the eel guy trust. You are, undeniably, almost king. Historians rarely note the leaders of early Norse settlements, unless they became warlords or were killed by falling roof beams. But most communities were run by someone like you, a reluctant, resourceful, slightly damp figurehead who knew how to make peace over soup and carry 5 arguments at once. Still, you resist coronation. Someone carves a throne from driftwood. You donate it to the bakery. Someone else composes a royal greeting chant. You redirect it into a sea shanty. When someone paints your face onto a crate of cabbage, you simply shrug and hope it sells better that way. One day, an actual Norse jarl arrives, big beard, shiny axe, voice like thunder wrapped in smug. He inspects the village, nods once, eats some stew, then pulls you aside. You're the leader? You hesitate. Well, sort of, technically. He cuts you off. Good. Keep it that way. And then, as if it's perfectly normal, He bows to you, not deeply, not dramatically, just enough to say, "You've built something worth bowing to." And he sails off. That night, you sit by the black pool, your straw crown at your feet, the goat chewing softly on your cloak. You don't need a throne. You don't need a song. But as the stars reflect in the still water, and the laughter of your people floats across the square, you admit you don't mind being almost king, almost legend, almost right where you were meant to be. The first frost arrives like a quiet dare. You wake to a thin crust of ice across the puddles, frost clinging to the edge of the market tarp like it's auditioning for a poetry scroll. Your boots crunch when you walk. Your breath fogs in front of you, and the goat has elected to sleep inside your tent, curled up like a loaf of slightly judgmental bread. Winter is coming. No, not the dramatic kind with wall-collapsing storms and dragons. Just the real kind, slow, soggy, and deeply inconvenient. At first, the village handles it well. People add straw to their floors. The soap vendor starts making candles. The fish dryer becomes a fish smoker, using whatever isn't currently being burned for warmth. But then the river freezes. Not fully. Just enough to turn morning fishing into a sport involving slipping, yelling, and one dramatic plunge from Torvald, who emerges from the ice, muttering something about revenge against the river gods. You start getting requests. Urgent ones. Can we move the communal fire pit indoors? Is soup a valid form of currency yet? Can I legally marry a blanket? You do your best. You designate winter shelters, encourage sharing of dried goods, and appoint 3 firewood coordinators who immediately begin arguing about which wood is spiritually warmest. And yet, despite the cold, no one leaves. They could. Some have family further inland. Others could return to coastal villages, or even sail back toward Norway or the Hebrides. But they stay. They stay because they trust the stew line will keep going, because they know someone will lend a fur-lined boot. Because even when the wind cuts sideways and the soup freezes mid-ladle, Dublin feels like home. One night, the monks organize a festival, the Feast of Almost Spring. It's not spring, obviously, but they insist on hope. There's music, ice-slick dancing, and a game involving trying to fry eggs on warm rocks. It fails, but becomes oddly popular. You're gifted a new cloak, stitched from dozens of scraps, old tunics, sailcloth, repurposed sacks, even one piece of your original tent. It's hideous. It's heavy. It's perfect. Everyone contributed. One patch simply says, "Thank you for the goat." You wear it proudly. Still, the cold deepens. The wind bites. One night, the soup freezes in the pot. You invent chewable broth and declare it a culinary revolution. You begin organizing night patrols, not for enemies, but for checking roofs, refueling fires, delivering hot stones to sleeping elders. You carry the bucket of stones yourself, sometimes humming the Graflock anthem just to feel normal again. And then it happens, one by one. The villagers begin inviting the goats indoors. It starts with the cabbage vendor. "She looked cold," he mutters, trying to explain why a goat is sleeping in his stew pot. Then Torvald lets 2 goats sleep by the forge. A monk starts wrapping one in spare linens and calling it Sister Barbara. You resist, but your goat makes the decision for you. head butts the door open, climbs inside, and lies down like a shaggy judgment. That night, you sleep with a goat at your feet and your hideous patch cloak around your shoulders. The fire crackles. Someone snores. The walls creak like old bones in a slow dance. And in the darkness, you hear it. Peace. Historians often overlook the winters in Norse settlements. They speak of raids, walls, kings, but the real work happened in the cold. Communities proved themselves in the freeze, not by conquest, but by compassion, through soup rotations, shared cloaks, and jokes about goat farts warming tents. Dublin survives the cold not with strength, but with stubborn softness. You make it through. The frost recedes. And the goat? The goat stays. The snow melts slowly, like butter on warm bread. It starts with puddles, tiny ones, then larger ones, sneaking in between the logs of the dock, pooling in footprints, softening the frozen moss. One morning, you wake to birdsong, then mud, then arguments about whose soup pot was stored where before the freeze. It's spring. Dublin, once quiet under a heavy blanket of cold, now hums again. Children chase chickens between huts. The monks begin airing out their scrolls. The cabbage vendor invents spring cabbage, which turns out to be regular cabbage with more enthusiasm. People stretch in the sun like cats. And you, wrapped in your patch cloak, hair half braided by a child who declared herself your royal stylist, walk the path down to the black pool. It still looks the same. Dark, still, timeless. But you're not. You squat by the water's edge, trailing your fingers along the surface. You think about how this all started, with a nap, a goat, a missed raid, and an accidental landing. Back then, you were just a tired Viking with half a cheese wheel and no ambition. Now, you are Baldur the Almost, wearer of fishbone hats, resolver of goat disputes, and the reluctant cornerstone of something real. You've survived raids, soup riots, fish sauce regulation, winter feasts, surprise dignitaries, and one deeply disrespectful cow. And still, you're here. Your people are stronger now. They bicker. Yes. They forget firewood schedules and argue about spoon copyright. But they also look after one another. They lend cloaks. They share stew. They've learned that home isn't just logs and rope. It's names remembered, paths shared, mud tracked together. One of the children comes running up, waving a bundle of reeds. "We're making new market signs," she shouts. "Can we put your face on them?" You consider, then smile. "Only if I get better eyebrows this time." She grins and runs off. Behind you, the village buzzes. A new ship is docking, a trader from the south. The goat is trotting along the boardwalk like it owns the tide. Someone is shouting about whether moss can be legally taxed. And you're just watching the city that was never meant to be, become a place where Norse and Irish live, eat and grumble together, where laws are written on bark, where legends are whispered over soup, where every joke carries the weight of shared history, and every goat has a name. Historians will argue about the founding of Dublin for centuries. Some will say it was conquest. Others will say it was trade. Some will say it was monks, maps, or the machinations of early kings. But you'll know better. It was you, and a goat, and a really, really strong current. You stand, stretch, and walk back toward the market, toward your people, toward the smoke and bread and blessedly thawed cabbage. You were never meant to be a king. But maybe, just maybe, you were meant to be a beginning. And now, as the fires dim and the soft creaks of the longhouse settle into rhythm with your breath, you let it all slip behind your eyelids. The gentle splash of the black pool, the low laughter of soup shared after storms, the squelch of boots in thawing paths, and the far-off moo of one very stubborn cow. The goat sleeps, curled at your feet like a punctuation mark at the end of a good story. Your cloak rests heavy on your shoulders, woven from memory and bark-scrawled rules and so many half-finished jokes. The village sleeps too, under a sky freckled with stars, beside a river that remembers everything and forgives most of it. In time, your name may fade, or be reshaped by story. Maybe they'll remember you as a king, a fool, a soup maker, a goat tamer, a reluctant founder. It doesn't matter. You built something with your hands, held something fragile through winter, laughed your way into legend without ever meaning to. And now, as your breath slows and your thoughts drift gently, you know this much is true. Sometimes, history doesn't come roaring in with armies or thrones. Sometimes, it walks ashore with wet boots, a bruised cheese wheel, and a goat that just won't quit. Sleep now. Almost king. You've done enough. Sweet dreams.